tangential case. But if the court believes that there is some basis for him to invoke that privilege, then I would offer immunity to compel him to testify. So I think it's well laid out in the motion. I don't think I have anything further to add to that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Griffin, I know you don't represent this individual, so I don't know if you have a position on the motion, but if you do.
Well, I do, and I'm very much up to speed on what's going on. I spoke to Mr. Bednar yesterday. I spoke to him again this morning. So I know what's happening in connection with the situation. The representations made by the state in its motion as concerns legal matters, I take no dispute with. I think that's an accurate reflection of the law. I also agree with the summary that's set forth on page 4 about the areas that, page 3, the areas that the state would inquire of Sam Gooch. And that's where I disagree with the state about whether or not he is, so to speak, at risk. If Mr. Sam Gooch would be asked about whether or not he had any knowledge about Mark Gooch surveilling Mennonite churches, that's one thing. Second thing is, in phone conversations with Mark Gooch on the day Sasha Krause went missing, especially during a time period where the state will allege that Mark Gooch was at the Mennonite facility. And thirdly, information about text messages that the court has permitted to be used in evidence from March of 2020 regarding dislike for Mennonites. The state is saying that it cannot see a way where Sam Gooch would be at legal jeopardy from any of those areas if he answered questions. I would take the exact opposite position. I can't imagine somebody being at greater risk than Sam Gooch having had conversations with his brother, who was alleged to be in the process of abducting somebody from the Mennonite facility. I can't imagine him being at greater risk for conspiratorial arguments or facilitation arguments, having a conversation about surveillance a week earlier. I can't imagine having a greater problem with motive and attitude toward Mennonites than being a participant in that text message conversation or other conversations. So I would take the position that I think the court should find it quite clear that Sam Gooch does have jeopardy and does have risks, regardless of whether he's under investigation. I'm not under investigation for anything right now, but if I tell you I did something in the way of a conspiracy with one of my brothers regarding abduction of somebody, I would be in huge legal jeopardy. And that's never going to come out without some sort of grant of immunity. The bigger problem is procedural beyond that. If you don't issue an order requiring him to testify, which would then trigger the state granting immunity, I've never had a chance to interview Sam Gooch, and Sam Gooch won't let me talk to him. I don't think the state's ever interviewed him since, at least since the recent tendency of this case. So I need to be able to interview him, and if he's going to take the Fifth Amendment, I can't do that. So I think it's beneficial for you to address this now, and I think it's frankly necessary for you to indicate that he's going to be required to testify as he has material information and he has legal jeopardy. Thank you.
Mr. Barker, do you have anything further to add on the motion?
Judge, only that the state, of course, has known about these facts, that Sam Gooch had a conversation with his brother, Mark Gooch, that he was aware of the text message about surveillance. These things have been known for some time, and the police have not investigated him further for that. The state certainly hasn't charged him for those acts. But again, I think the safety valve here is the state could simply offer him immunity, and then there would be no danger of jeopardy, as the defense puts it. Further, in response to counsel's, I guess, need to interview Sam Gooch, I agree. I would like to interview Sam Gooch as well, and so I would be happy to stipulate with defense to a deposition if Sam Gooch will not comply. That is, of course, if the court compels him to testify. So we can certainly arrange for some time to do that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to clarify. If the court orders him and then the state offers immunity, grants immunity, I have no doubt that Mr. Bednar would facilitate his interview, but as it stands right now, that's not happening.
So here are my thoughts. I believe since I've been told he's got counsel, Mr. Bednar, I believe we need to set a time to argue this motion, so his attorney has a chance to respond on his behalf. And I don't know when you want to do that in terms of when you're thinking of when you want to call him. So what I'm saying is just let me know when you want to call him, and then we'll figure it out and we'll handle it and get it resolved. Yes?
Yeah, one other thing,
Yes.
I don't know if it's subsequent or not. I avowed in the court that I spoke to Mr. Bednar this morning. I asked him whether or not it would facilitate the process, given that apparently Mr. Gooch is on an airplane and not in an ability to communicate, whether it would facilitate addressing this morning and seeing whether we can resolve the issue of immunity. He gave me approval to raise this on his behalf.
Mr. Bednar did on behalf of Mr. Gooch?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm granting the motion to compel. So if I'm ready to go forward, I'm going to grant the motion to compel. And if there becomes an issue, the state has advised the court that Mr. Sam Gooch will be granted immunity and will not be prosecuted for anything that he may, that he hasn't been charged with to date, that he may disclose in his testimony and or interview. Is that correct, Mr. Barker?
That's right.
Okay. So with respect, well, for those reasons, the court grants the motion to compel Sam Gooch to testify. And I do believe he needs to submit to an interview, and it sounds like he's, at least from comments with Mr. Bednar, he would do that if the court granted this motion. So I leave that up to you to schedule the interview. If you have any other issues or need the court's assistance to facilitate Sam Gooch participating in an interview by counsel for both parties prior to his testimony, let me know.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anything further to put on the record before we bring the jury in this morning?
No, not, oh, well, just that Cynthia Shulz is our first witness today, and she's one with the electromagnetic sensitivity. So, however the court wants to address that. If we want to let the jurors know when they arrive or before they come in, I'll leave it to the court.
Okay, so isn't it the issue is the cell phones?
That's right.
And not, we don't have to, didn't you confirm, Mr. Barker, that we don't need to disconnect laptops? I mean, I'm not using this laptop, as you know. This is just, I don't know if I'll end up using it in court, probably not in this trial, but this is for other hearings. You've got your laptop. So we've confirmed that's not an issue, it's just the cell phones.
That's right, and a router if there was one in the room to cover it, but I don't see one, and so she's confirmed that would be okay. I think a bigger issue for her is just the length of exposure, so I think if we're within an hour, it should be fine.
So I don't know where the router's located. We all know that there's wireless in the courthouse that the attorneys and other folks can utilize. So to be honest, I have no idea without checking with Jared where that, if there's probably got to be a router somewhere in the courthouse, and maybe there's more than one, but I have no idea where they are. Are you all right with me not inquiring on that?
Yes, I think we're fine. I think we've satisfied her concerns, and I told her, there's only so many things we can do, of course, so she's okay with that.
So cell phones being turned off should be sufficient.
That should be fine.
All right, so let me just let folks know in the courtroom, because we have a number of people, attorneys, court staff. I doubt that the court staff's got their phones in the courtroom. But if you have a cell phone, please turn it off. Not just silent, turn it off. We have a witness who is requesting that. The other issue, I don't know if these folks were in court last week. I'm pretty tolerant of babies. I know some judges absolutely will not allow them in the courtroom. But if they're quiet, I'm okay with it. But even just talking, even just, the cooing and things babies do. I know I'm a mother, although my kids are, actually just have a 30-year-old, just turned 30 last week, and a 29-year-old or 28-year-old, I apologize. So long time ago that I was a mom of a baby, but I know they can make noises. So any noise at all, they've got to be taken out of the courtroom immediately. And then if the baby's sleeping, the baby's quiet, you can come back in. That's what I said last week. Because it can be distracting to the jury. I want the jury not distracted and be able to focus on the testimony and evidence that's being presented. Okay, Mr. Griffin, anything you need to put on the record before we call for the jury? Okay, all right. It'll take a couple minutes to get them in the courtroom. So we're going to call for the jury right now. We stand in recess until the jury comes in. record will reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Barker, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll say call Cynthia Shulz.
Do you solemnly swear under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you say your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Cynthia Marie Shulz, Schulz.
Thank you. And where do you live, Cynthia?
I live on the road. I don't have a home right now. I've been on the road for about six years.
And why is that? Is that just a lifestyle choice, or is there some reason for it?
No, it's not a lifestyle choice. I was a teacher almost 30 years in California, and I became overexposed to cell phones and Wi-Fi and routers and antennas and people's devices. And so I was one they call it microwave radiation poisoning. So I had microwave radiation poisoning, and I had to walk away from everything to get in healthy areas.
And is it uncomfortable for you to be here where there's potentially those types of electromagnetic waves happening?
And now I'm at the point where if I had a high exposure, someone's outfit a couple hours later. So right now, thank you for what you've done for me, for having people turn things off. I right now feel okay.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Barker, I hate to interrupt, I just thought of something.
Yes.
I didn't confirm with the jurors.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have cell phones, can you turn them off? Not just silent, but turn them completely off. Power them off, please. I meant to let you know that before you came into the courtroom. So let's go ahead and do that, and before Mr. Barker asks his next question.
Thank you, Judge. Yeah.
Okay, looks like everyone's done that, or it's already been done. Go ahead, Mr. Barker.
All right, very good. So Cynthia, we appreciate you being here, and we'll try to make this quick for you. Let me ask you about when you were on the road back in February of 2020. Do you recall where you were traveling then?
Yeah, I do. Right before I got back to Sunset Crater and the road 244, I was in the Pinalina Mountains. It's near Stafford, Arizona. So I was in southern Arizona for about a week, I think, there. And then before that, I was 2 weeks in the Chiricahuas, just more south of there, camping, just in remote areas. And so that's where I had been.
Okay. And so are you driving in a truck with a bunch of camping supplies?
Yeah. Yeah, the bed of my truck I fill with my camping supplies, and then the inside is filled too. So I'm pretty packed when I'm moving. It's my home at this point, and I sleep outdoors, and so.
All right. And are you alone when you're traveling then?
Yes.
Okay. Any animals?
No, unfortunately, but no.
So let's get more specific about the date of February 21st, 2020. Do you recall that date?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Right, so you make sure that's on the record.
Yeah.
Let's go chronologically. What do you remember that day? Let's start kind of the morning hours. What were you doing?
Wait, so you're talking about Friday? Friday, February 21st? Is that the date? Okay. So that morning, had put my bed close to the road, 244, because I had gotten in about 6 o'clock the night before, and it was getting dark, and I wanted to get set up, before dark.
Sorry, let me just interrupt you real quick. You talked about a road, and this road is near what? What kind of landmarks?
It's near the road that runs, it's an offshoot of the road that runs towards Wapaki ruins. So it comes through Sunset Crater and then goes down, I don't know, like 18 more miles or so to Wapaki. I do not remember the number of that road.
Okay.
244 comes off of it.
It's an offshoot of that more, I guess.
A main road.
That
paved
road.
road.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and so this 244, that's a dirt road, a forest road, right?
Yeah, like cinder, the cinder hills.
Right. So you wake up the next morning, you camped there that night,
Mm-hmm.
and tell us what was going on that morning.
So I probably woke up about 7, and about 8 or so, I saw a van drive from down the road, farther down than I was on 244. And it kind of drove past me, and I waved to them, and I kind of looked in to see, so I could see who they were, or just recognize people, see people. And then they just drove past. And then, then I got up, and I made breakfast, and I kind of started moving around, unloading my truck a little bit more. I was having an issue with my truck, and so I wanted to lighten its load. And so I was just doing that, setting up camp, and then I was going to go into the visitor center, because I go in now when I get there. When I was getting there the last few times, I started to know a couple of the rangers, and I wanted to let them know I was out there. So I was always going in to say, hey, I'm here for a week.
Right.
And
Let me ask you, how far is the ranger station from where you were camping, roughly?
like 4 or 5 miles, maybe 4 or 5 miles.
Okay, so you drove down there and wanted to check in with them?
So I think around noon I drove down and saw Neil in the kiosk and said hi to Neil, and I said, I'm out on 244, and he said there was a storm coming in, and I knew that and was kind of preparing for that.
Okay. So after you checked in with the ranger station, you got back to your camp.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, it is, yes.
Sorry, it's a habit we have to get into in court.
It's okay.
And so how were you preparing, I guess, for that day? What were you doing when you got back to camp?
Let's see. Covering things up, starting to gather wood, unloading my truck more, and then I moved my bed to a larger pine tree set farther off the road that I thought would be more protective. And then I put the tarp over it. And then I started going around, because I usually, when I get to that area, I usually walk around it because I kind of know the area, and I see, trees that I'm familiar with, and I pick things up, and I'll pick up garbage, check out to see if there's any animals that have been around, just so I know what's going on around there.
Okay. At some point during that day, as you were walking around, did something catch your eye?
I had been collecting wood, and then I came up around the back of my camp, and I saw in the distance, like, something white. And I collect garbage around there. So first thought was like, oh, I'll come back here and I get a white plastic bag or something. And when I got closer, I had hung clothes out, because if I buy clothes, usually from thrift stores, I air them out, and so I had clothes hanging out on a tablecloth somewhere. And I saw this white thing, and I thought, too, then, is it that the tablecloth I put out? And I thought, no, I wasn't back in this area. It's not here, it was like on a rock. And so I walked closer to see what it was, and then when I got closer, I could see it wasn't either of those. And I could tell it was a body, and it was like face down, and I could see that there was a green wrapping next to the white part. And then I could see the calves of the person, and the shoes, and the calves. The skin was kind of an orangey color, and I thought it must have been exposed for a while.
Okay. Let me ask you a few questions. Let's back up a little bit. I appreciate this. It sounds a little traumatic, so if you need to take a minute and take a drink, that's okay. How far away was the body from your camp? Do you recall?
I don't really, because I think I lost, perspective kind of at that point. But,
Okay, that's all right.
I'm guessing maybe 20 feet.
All right. And how close did you get to the body? Did you ever touch the body?
No.
So how close did you get, do you think?
I think about 10 feet. And I, looked, and the sun was still up, and it was early afternoon. And I think I was hoping that the person was sleeping.
Okay. So what did you do?
And I just looked at the body, and I said, ma'am, really loudly, a couple times, ma'am, and there was no movement. And I knew it was not good. And then I ran through my camp. I ran to my truck, got in, and I sped to the visitor center, and I was crying and shaking. And I just said to the person in the kiosk, it wasn't Neela. And I just said, you've got to get someone out there. There's a body out there, you've got to get someone to help.
Did you go back to, did you show them where the body was? Did you go back?
No.
Okay.
I stayed. Let's see. I think pretty quickly, sheriffs started coming and going. I just remember seeing a lot of sheriff's cars going in. I stayed at the visitor center, and they had a cop, I'm still not sure, or a forest ranger, stay with me. He was so supportive. He stayed with me all day, and then kind of answered questions, about what might be happening. But I did not go back.
And then at some point, I assume you did answer questions of the police, correct?
Yeah, a detective came later in the evening.
Right. Okay.
And questioned me.
May I approach witness, Judge? Cynthia, I'm going to show you a couple photos, just so you can identify for us what you saw, okay? And I've shown these to counsel already. This will be exhibits 107 through 109.
Okay.
So Cynthia, my question is if you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Yeah, this is my camp.
Okay.
And clothes on chairs hanging out. My table.
That's 107, exhibit 107. Is that the first one there?
Yeah.
Okay, what about 108? You recognize what's in 108?
And my fire pit that I built. Right. Well, now I see there's like a dragged mark. Oh, sometimes I dragged, wood logs.
So Cynthia, we'll show these photos in a minute, but I just want to make sure first, do you recognize what's in
Oh,
the
do I?
So yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
I recognize it. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, we'll go into descriptions later. 109, do you recognize what's in 109?
Yes.
All right, move to admit 107 through 109.
Any objection? 107, 108, 109 are admitted.
Any fellow judge?
You may.
Cynthia, we're going to show these on this projector here.
Okay.
We'll start with 107. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, just describe for the jury, if you could, what we're looking at here.
It's the camp.
This is a camp off Road 244.
Yeah. That's where I was usually camping the last few times, and I built up a fire pit so it was safer. And wood I was collecting and drying my shoes and my table, and I, put stuff on. And then you can't see it, but back behind it is where I put my stove. And then way in the back is a tarp I put up, because I was thinking if it rained a lot, then I would put the table back there so I could, be outside, not have to sit in the truck all the time.
Okay, so you talked about a tarp. Is it back here?
Yeah,
Okay.
a tarp in the back.
All right, very good. Let's go to 108 now. Describe what we're looking at here.
Ooh, the tarp.
Okay, so this tarp back here, is that the same tarp we saw before?
Yeah.
And look at the screen just so we can make sure we're looking at the same thing. There's a laser right there. See that
Yeah.
in the background?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Now there's some cones here. I assume those weren't there when you arrived, right?
No.
All right.
I can see where the body is now.
So this is the body you located right here on the left side.
Yes.
And you talked about some drag marks, and is it fair to say that you were collecting firewood and possibly dragged some wood along that area?
Yeah.
All right. Now it appears in this photo in 108 that the body is face up. Is that how you recall seeing it?
No.
All right. How was the body situated when you saw it?
It was face down. She was face down. And I could see the backs of her calves, and her shoes, were like pointed down.
Let's go to 109. Tell us what we're looking at here, exhibit 109.
Can you give me a minute?
Of course. Can I help you out, Cynthia?
Yeah,
So there's a white white figure
Yeah.
here in the middle.
I mean, I'm just trying to make sense of it. It looks like that it must have been what I was seeing with the body, but maybe from the other angle.
All right, just a different angle from what you saw. Let me call this out a little bit, zoom in. Is that how the body was situated, face down like that? When you discovered it?
I'm sorry, I can't tell because the white, I think, was over the head and the top of the body. And the gray part, I don't remember seeing.
Sorry, it's okay. But you do recall a white, what appeared to be a white clothing or cloth over the body, top part of the body?
Yes,
All right, and then you mentioned the calves were exposed, you could see that.
yes,
And shoes as well were on,
yes,
face down in the dirt.
yes.
Have a moment, Judge. Cynthia, those are all the questions I have, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Griffin?
Only one question for you, ma'am, if I could. I'm here.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. You mentioned the van that you saw that morning. Do you recall that?
A little bit.
Was there anything about the van, the way it was driven, the way it passed by while you were there at the side of the road, that you in any way thought was suspicious or unusual?
No, not a lot of people camped down there or in that area, but there would be people who would go in. And it was driving kind of slowly. The road is not, it's all pebbly, so you can't go real fast on the road.
Had you seen that vehicle the night before?
No. I had seen the light the night before, the vehicle down the road, and I thought somebody's down there camping, but I hadn't seen.
Did the motors, when it went by you, did whoever was driving that, did they try to hide from you or avoid you in any way?
No, I couldn't see in very well. I don't know if it was the sun but no, they just kind of slowly drove by.
And did you see that van return?
No.
Is that the only vehicle you saw in the area that day?
Yes.
No further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barker?
Thank you. Just a brief follow-up. That's a pretty remote area from your experience, right, Cynthia?
Yes.
You don't often see vehicles there.
It's an ATV road back to the Cinders area or something back there, so that was mostly what I saw.
I don't think you have anything else. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have a question for this witness before she's excused? All right, does not appear so. Mr. Barker, may this witness be excused?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you are excused. You can step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Barker, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Samuel Coon.
Come on up, sir. Try to be able to attend into something else. Good morning. Please stand closer towards me. Right about there is fine. Look at the clerk. Raise your right hand. No, it's on. I'll try a different microphone, sorry.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? This you do under the penalty of perjury?
And then follow the bailiff. He's going to direct you to the witness.
seat, Judge. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Hold that microphone a little closer and speak loudly, please.
Okay.
Perfect. Can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Samuel Coon.
All right, Samuel, where do you live?
I live just outside Aztec, New Mexico.
All right. Is that where the Lamp and Light Publishing House is?
I live about 9.5 miles from the Lamp and Light Publishing House.
All right. Did you previously live in that area?
When we first moved out, I lived close to Lamp and Light Publishers.
Okay. And you're a Mennonite, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you raised in the church? Were you born into that religion?
I was about 19 when I joined the Mennonite church.
Are you married?
I am.
And what's your wife's name?
Juanita.
Juanita. Do you have kids?
We have 8.
Your kids. Good for you. Let me ask you about some events that occurred back in January of 2020, okay?
Okay.
On January 18th, which would have been a Saturday, do you recall what you were doing that day?
I don't recall what we were doing today, but in the evening we were playing a game as a family around our kitchen table, and my wife said we needed to go over to the church and get some items for a meal the next day after church, and we needed to get a water cooler. I also needed to get a speaker system for that.
Okay, where were you going the next day? What was the plan?
The next day, that was to a little church building in Klein, Colorado, where we had begun holding church services just to see what interest there was, and also to relieve the congestion. We had quite a few people in our church building
Okay.
there in Farmington.
Yeah, how far away is Klein from that area?
Klein was 32 miles from our home. I'm not sure how far it was from our Farmington church building.
Okay. So, if I understand correctly, you and your wife went to the church, is that right?
That is correct.
And this would have been the evening of January 18th.
Correct.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the church?
I believe it was around 10 minutes to 8.
All right, so 7:50 p.m. And you said you were there to get a speaker system and a water cooler?
The speaker system was at a home close to the church. Gerald Reel had that speaker system. We went over to his place. He showed me how it worked, helped me carry it out, put it in the minivan, and then we went up to the church building to get the water cooler and whatever items my wife had in mind that she needed.
Gotcha. So you first went to another individual's house, got the speaker system, then went
Correct.
back. I see. So you arrived at the church about 10 to 8, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And the water cooler, what was the reason for getting that?
There was a meal after the service, and we just had a water cooler there for water for the people to, as they went through the line, they could get water.
All right. And that was for the next day, Sunday?
That is correct.
When you showed up at the church, well, describe to the jury where you went first when you got to the church.
We went, and at first I swung up into the upper parking lot. It was dark or growing dark, and my wife and I were talking together, spending a little time alone, and I swung up into the upper parking lot. She said, no, you'll need to be in the lower, go down below. So we swung around into the lower parking lot by the door, went in and got the items.
Okay. When you were on that top set, and we've seen some photos, we'll show those in a minute, but when you got to that top level, did you see any other vehicles in the area?
I did not. I was not on the alert for anything.
Okay. Was the church dark when you got there?
It was. When we went in, I noticed that the supply closet where we got the water cooler and the other items, the light was on there, and I turned that off when I left.
Okay. Was it customary back in those days for the church to be unlocked?
Correct.
Okay, so anybody could walk in at any time?
Right.
That area, we've seen some photos, but I'll ask you more specifically when we talk about those photos. Do you recall, though, what the lighting situation was like outside the church?
I believe there was a small light above the door at the upstairs entrance as well as a small light above the door of the downstairs entrance.
Okay. There weren't big pole lights outside on the roadway.
Correct, it was very dark.
Do you recall the weather that day?
I'm sorry, I do not. It was clear weather.
Was it cold or warm, do you recall?
I know it was chilly afterwards because, yeah, I remember as we were searching and so on that it was cold, and I remember being cold sometimes.
All right. So you went, after you got to that top section, I guess the first level of the church, you swung down with your car and got to that lower section. What kind of car were you driving?
I was driving a Dodge 2006 minivan.
All right. And again, you and Juanita were together at that time?
That is correct, I was driving.
Okay. And when you got to the bottom section, did both of you go into the church?
We did.
All right. Did you notice anything in the church as you were collecting items, anything unusual?
The only thing I noticed was that light on in the supply closet. It was unusual.
Okay. Did you gather the items you went there for?
We did. We took those out to the minivan, and my wife said, let's go upstairs and get the mail. We went up the stairs on the ladies' side, got the mail, and went back down, got into the minivan, and went home. Actually, we went out and got gas at a gas station, and then went home.
All right, let me break that up a little bit. So, the mail situation, are you guys getting mail at the church? How does that work?
We have a mailbox there. We also get mail elsewhere at a mailbox at Lamplight Publishers and also close to our home. So we actually have 3 mailboxes, with especially periodicals that are put into the mailboxes there in the church building.
Gotcha. How long do you think you spent at the church?
It wasn't long.
In terms of minutes, what would you
Just a few minutes, probably.
Okay. Did you see anybody else there?
We did not.
Did you see any cars arrive or leave?
We did not.
Okay. Give me a little time after I ask the question, just so that the reporter can take it down. Okay. Thank you. You mentioned after you left, you went and got some gas. Where did you go?
That was Circle K out on Route 516, several miles probably from the church building.
Okay. And why did you get gas that night?
We were going to go to Klein the next day. I suppose that was the reason.
Okay. Would you try to avoid doing those things on Sunday?
Generally.
After you got the gas, where did you go?
We went home.
And your home again was where at that time?
Our home was just outside of Aztec, New Mexico. It still is. We've been there 5 or 6 years at that particular location.
Okay. And I get, again, it was how many miles away from the Lamp and Light?
That's 9.5 miles.
Okay.
Approximately.
So you weren't right there around the church. You were some distance away still.
That is correct.
And later that night, after you got home, do you recall being awakened by a phone call?
Yes, sir. Someone after 3 o'clock in the morning, my wife's phone rang. She said, "Oh no, it's Lucinda Hurst." She says, "Sasha is missing." And then they lost connection.
Okay. And what did you do in response to that phone call?
I said, "That can't be true. Sasha is a very smart person."
And did you stay in the house? Did you leave the house? What action did you take?
Lucinda Hurst called back and gave additional details. At that point, I realized that it was indeed a serious situation. I dressed, I got my cordless spotlight, went out to my minivan, and went over to the church.
Right. And when you got to the church, were there others there that were gathering?
I parked in the upper parking lot. I checked the area, did not find anybody, although I did see one or possibly 2 deputies shining flashlights along the lane as I drove up the lane toward the church. So I took my spotlight, I went in the upper entry, and shown around, went down the stairs, taking the path that I thought Sasha would have taken.
All right. How many people were out there doing that search with you?
At first, as I mentioned, there were 2 deputies, but at the time I entered the church, I was alone.
Okay. And while you were looking around the church with that light, did you notice anything unusual?
I did not.
Did you search any other places aside from the church?
Yes, I went down to Lamp and Light at some point, and Paul Kaufman was in his office making phone calls. Paul Kaufman is the general manager of Lamp and Light. I know Kurt Morse was around somewhere. I do not remember.
Okay. Fair to say nobody was able to locate Sasha that night, right?
That is correct.
Anything unusual that you saw as you were searching around?
I did not.
Thank you. May I have a moment, Judge? So you talked about the van you were driving. What color was it?
Teal.
All right, those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin?
Thank you. Good morning, sir. My name is Bruce Griffin. I'm counsel for Mr. Mark Gooch. I'll be asking you some questions as well. All right?
Good morning.
I just want to go back on a couple of things that you were asked about. Let me just start with this. Were you the subject of interviews by law enforcement after it had been determined that Sasha was missing?
I was.
Can you tell me roughly how many different interviews you were subject to?
Twice I went in for formal interviews. I spoke with law enforcement on other occasions.
Was there concern expressed about an inconsistency about what you did or did not do at the church?
There was.
Could you explain that to me?
Yes. On Sunday, when I spoke informally with the detective, I told him that we had gone in the upper entrance and gone downstairs. Monday morning, I realized that was not correct, and I had someone tell him that we had gone in the bottom entrance.
So just to be clear for our purposes of testimony today, if I understand your path of travel, it was you went to the upper parking lot first, and did you actually become stationary at that point in your car?
We did not.
Did you roll by?
We drove by. We swung into the upper parking lot and around into the bottom parking lot, sir.
Okay, so you didn't stop there,
Correct.
and you didn't enter there.
Correct.
You indicated that you were having some time with Juanita.
Correct.
And no, to your memory at this point, what you relate to law enforcement, you saw no vehicles in the upper lot.
I was not looking for any vehicle, but I did not notice any.
Would it have been unusual to have a car or cars at the church at that hour of the evening on a Saturday?
No, sir.
Would there be a reason to be at the church in the evening on a Saturday normally?
That is our church building. It's our place of worship. Anyone from our congregation is welcome to be there at any time.
From your perspective, seeing and remembering no cars, seeing no activity inside, did you think the building was essentially empty?
Correct.
So, are you familiar with the car driven at that time by Sasha?
Afterwards, it was parked there. We passed it on multiple occasions, looked in the windows, but prior to that occasion, I had not taken notice.
So, what I'm going to break down for you to make clear to the jury is that Sasha's car, you knew what it looked like before that day. Is that fair?
I'm not sure.
It was made known to you what it looked like after Sasha went missing.
It was parked there.
So what I want to work on is when you were at the upstairs, it wasn't parked up there when you were there. Is that correct?
Sir, as I stated, I was not taking notice of vehicles.
When did you become first aware that Sasha's car was at or near the church building?
On Sunday morning, I passed it as I went into the upper entrance in search of her.
Can you you clarify for the jury today whether or not that would have been something new, or it is possible that that could have been there and you didn't notice it the night before?
It could have been.
And that vehicle was made known to you on Sunday that that was Sasha's car.
Correct.
Now, while you were at the upper portion of the lot as you drove down to the lower level, did you see any individual people walking or somewhere near the facility?
There was one of the workers at the Gingrich home walking up the lane as my wife and I approached the church building.
Male or female?
Female.
You know her?
She was a worker. I cannot recall her name.
A testimony from a lady named Esther Shea. Does that sound familiar to you?
I know her, but it was not her.
Not her. But it was somebody walking up from the assisted care facility?
Correct. She was doing a term of service there, working at the assisted care facility.
And coming up past the church?
She was not at the church when we passed. She was perhaps midway up the drive.
Which would be roughly how far, sir, from that point to where you were?
From that point to the church building, 100 or 200 yards, perhaps.
And the lighting was such that you could, did you have conversation or you just saw?
We drove by. It was dark or growing dark at that point.
But you drove along as she was walking?
She was walking to the right side of the lane.
But no conversation?
No, sir.
At that time, or any time while you were at or near the church building before you left for the Circle K, did you ever see a white car?
I did not.
Are you familiar with any white hatchback type cars owned by anybody associated with the church building?
No, sir.
You familiar with anybody that drives a white hatchback car that's associated with anybody there that lives on the premises?
No, sir.
Are strange cars that are not known to the community, is that a common occurrence or is that unusual?
During the daytime, we see some, but at night it would have been cause for a question.
Thank you. Now, I want to follow you when you rolled through the upper parking lot, came down to the lower parking lot. I want to kind of be clear on how you parked your car. Did you go parallel to the building, nose to the building? Can you be a little bit more clear if you could possibly recall that?
I would suggest that I park parallel to the building or else backed up.
Both you and Juanita exited the car.
Correct.
And then you would have walked a short distance to the door?
Correct.
Would your car essentially have been in front of the door?
Very close.
Estimate that we're talking 10 feet, me to you, what would you think?
Possibly for me to you.
So maybe 10 or 20 feet.
Yes, sir.
Now, during that period of time, did any other individual come closer to the church facility? Did you see anyone else at that point?
No, sir.
Saw no other cars?
No, sir.
The car that was brought to your attention the next morning that was identified as Sasha's car, that car didn't pull up while you were there.
No, sir.
You would have noticed that.
Yes, sir.
You said that you were there at 7:50 was your estimate. That's a pretty precise estimate. How can you be so clear?
When we arrived at Circle K, my wife said she looked at the van clock and it was around 8 o'clock, so she estimated that we were there around 7:50.
Gotcha. Thank you. There was, as we've been told, some sort of a collection box for monies to be deposited to buy calendars for the year. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I do, sir.
Was that in the upper area or the lower area?
That was in the upper area.
you notice anything about that being disturbed or changed?
I did not, sir.
I have no further questions for witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Just a few more questions, Samuel. Thank you. You mentioned on cross that you didn't notice if Sasha's car was there. Did you know what her car looked like prior to that night?
I don't know that I had taken notice of it. She usually walked to work. She lived not far from Electrolyte Publishers.
Right. So then is it fair to say you didn't know all the cars that people drove in that community?
That would be fair.
But it could have been there, and Sasha's car could have been there, you just weren't taking notice of any cars.
That is correct. My wife and I were talking, laughing. It was a time we had together.
I understand. Saturdays is a day to prepare for Sunday, is that fair?
Especially then because we were having church services at another facility.
All right, so it would not be unusual for you or anyone else to go to the church that night?
No.
The individual you saw walking from the Gingrich home, could it have been Ruby Rudolph? Is that possible? If you know.
I do not recall, sir.
It's all right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have a question for this witness before the witness is excused? All right, apparently not. Mr. Barker, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
You may be excused and step down. Thank you. Mr. Barker, may you call your next witness?
Thank you. State calls Juanita.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? This you do under the penalty of perjury?
You need to answer at the end of what she said. So, I'm sorry, you just go ahead and answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then follow the bailiff. Please. You may proceed when ready, Mr. Barker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Juanita Coon.
All right, thank you. And do me a favor, just pull the microphone just a tad closer. You can move the entire unit there if you need to. Maybe not. Okay.
Like that?
That's fine, thank you. Juanita, we just talked to your husband Samuel, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you have 8 kids?
Yes.
All right. And we've heard that you live near the Lamp and Light community.
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
It's about 17 years.
And during that time, did you get to know someone named Sasha Krause?
Yes, I did.
All right. What was your relationship like with Sasha?
Well, she would come over to my house sometimes. I'd invite her over, or she'd just want to come and we'd visit, and she would maybe play with the children or read a book, or it was a very comfortable relationship.
All right. And do you work in that community, or were you mostly at home?
No, I was mostly at home.
With the kids?
Yes.
All right. And I want to ask you specifically about a night in January 2020 Okay. Do you recall the 18th of January and what you were doing that night?
Yes.
All right, let's take that chronologically then. That evening or late afternoon, what were you doing with Samuel?
Well, we were at home and we had supper, and then we played a game with the family, and then we knew that we were going to go to the Klein Church House the next morning for services, and we knew we needed to pick up a water jug and a speaker
Okay.
to hold services.
And Klein, we've heard this is in Colorado, right?
Yes.
Okay. How far away is it from the Lamp and Light area?
It's about 45 minutes to an hour.
All right. So you were on that Saturday preparing for the Sunday service the next day?
Yes.
Gotcha. And so did you go to the church then?
Yes, we went to the church, but I had told Mr. Griffin when we talked on the phone that we went directly to the church, and later I remembered that we had gone to Gerald Reel's house first and picked up the speaker.
Okay. So that was at one of the community members' house.
Yes.
Gotcha. And the speaker was for the Sunday service tomorrow?
It was for the Sunday service, yes, so that so you could hear better in the service.
All right. I know what the judge is going to say in a minute. We got to give ourselves some distance or some time in between answers and questions. That way we can get the recording done correctly, okay? So just maybe take a beat and then answer the question. All right?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we were talking about you going to the church. You first stopped at someone's house to pick up the speaker, and then did you drive to the church?
Yes, then we drove over to the church just a stone's throw away from the house.
And when you got to the church, what did you see?
We drove up to the top. There's a top parking lot and a bottom parking lot, and we drove up to the top and made a turnaround, and I told Samuel, I said, let's not stop here because the water jug is in the basement. So we turned around and drove down to the bottom and stopped there.
Okay. We've heard some testimony about the lighting situation. What do you recall about how light it was around the church at that time?
It was dark. There was one pole light on the corner at the top where at the top of the church.
Okay. At the parking lot or actually attached to the church?
Yes. Yes, on the corner of the church house right at the, yes.
I understand. Aside from that light, no other lights around that area?
No lights around that area. There was a light down at the bottom by that door.
And this would have been the basement area of the church?
Yes.
Okay. When you were up in that upper section, did you notice any vehicles?
Yes, I saw a light gray car with a huge dent in the side.
Okay. That dent stood out in your mind?
Yes, it did.
Did you know whose car that was?
I did not recall whose car it was.
All right. Had you seen it before?
Yes, I had seen it before.
Did you learn later that it was Sasha's car?
Yes, I had learned later that it was Sasha's car.
Okay. But at the time you didn't know whose it was?
It did not cross through my mind whose car it was.
And is it fair to say that you weren't looking at cars and trying to figure out whose cars were parked there?
That is fair.
Okay. Was it unusual for people to park in that area on a Saturday night?
I would say possibly yes, but at the time I thought, well, whoever's car this is, they probably met somebody here and went somewhere and were going to come back.
I see. So after you drove through that top section and you told Samuel, hey, let's go to the basement area, that's where the jug is. Did you drive down to the basement area?
Yes, we drove down to the basement area.
And then when you got there, how did you park, or how did Samuel park the car? Do you remember?
He just kind of parked alongside the sidewalk right there beside the door.
Okay. Backing in or parallel, how do you recall?
I would say probably just long ways. We just parked closest to the door that you could get.
Okay, kind of parallel to the building?
Yes.
All right. And did you go inside the church?
Yes, I went inside the church and I told Samuel, let's not turn on any lights. We don't need to turn on any lights because he was right beside me and he had his phone and he had it lit. And so we went into the storage room right there and picked up the water jug.
Okay. Now, when you say he had the phone lit, so there was a flashlight on the phone?
Yes, his phone has a flashlight on it.
Okay, so you were, if I understand correctly, this is a quick stop, just went into the church, you had the phone light on, and you were just going to grab the jug and leave.
Yes, that's right.
Did you do anything else while you were in the church?
Yes, I dropped the water jug on the floor and went upstairs, and Samuel said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I am going up to check our church mailbox to see if we have any pictures or papers or anything in it."
Okay.
So I went up there, up the one stairs, and he went up the other stairs, and we met up there and got the papers out of the mailbox and came back down to the basement.
And was it still dark? Did you turn on any lights to go upstairs?
We did not turn on any lights. It was still dark.
Okay. But you could see well enough inside without the light?
It was pretty dark, but like I said before, he had his flashlight on his phone lit.
Gotcha. And how long were you upstairs gathering mail?
I'm guessing we were up there for about a minute.
Okay. How about in total, inside the church, how long were you there?
I would say probably not more than 3 minutes.
Okay. The entire time parking to leaving, how long do you think you were at the parking lot?
No more than 5 minutes.
Right. When did you arrive at the church, do you recall?
It was a little bit before 8 o'clock in the evening.
When you were at the church, did you notice anything unusual, any disturbance inside the church?
I saw nothing.
Did you see anybody while you were at the church walking around? Any cars moving around?
I saw nobody and nothing.
Okay. Aside from that, the Sasha's parked car, what you later learned to be Sasha's parked car in the top parking lot, any other cars in that area that you recall?
No.
After you got the water jug and the mail, where did you guys go?
So then we left the parking lot and went down past the Gingrich home and Lamp and Light and everything. And then Samuel said, "I think we should probably get gas because the trip to Klein is from our place, it's about 32 minutes away." And so we went down over Crouch Mesa and down to the gas station at Circle K.
All right. And how far is that Circle K, do you recall?
I'm guessing 2 miles, 3 miles, something like that.
Right. After going to the gas station, did you go anywhere else?
No, we went home.
Okay. Later that evening, did you get a phone call about Sasha?
Yes, later that evening, it was about 3:30 in the morning. Lucinda Hurst called me and woke me up and said, "Do you know where Sasha is?"
Okay. When was the last time you recalled speaking to Sasha or communicating with her?
It was that Saturday, probably in the morning. I texted her and asked if she would make a salad for 10 people, and she said, "Sure, I will." And that was the last.
So it was earlier that day?
Yes, it was earlier that day.
When you got that phone call, did you take any action at that time?
Yes, Samuel was beside me and he said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Lucinda says Sasha is missing."
Okay. Did you leave the house to go help at that point?
I did not.
What about Samuel?
Yes, he did. He got up. He said, "Well, I can hardly believe she's missing. There has to be an answer." So he got up and got dressed and left right away.
Have a moment, Judge.
That's all I have. Thank you, Juanita.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. I have a few questions for you. I'm Bruce Griffin. I represent Mr. Gooch. All right.
Okay?
And you're right. You and I spoke earlier. You recall that apparently. Is that right?
Yes, I recall that.
Did you review a transcript of that interview?
Yes, I did.
I appreciate you telling me that you left out a part about going and getting the speakers. All right. I want to ask you a couple things. Also during that interview, I'd asked you whether at any point that day when you went to the church to get the jug, as you call it,
Yes.
you had seen anybody on the way or at the church or leaving. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall whether you told me you remembered anybody?
I told you that I did not see anybody.
We just had Mr. Gooch testify, Mr. Coon testify, and he told us that he remembered seeing a female walking from the Gingrich home, the assisted care facility, up the roadway toward the church. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that.
You spoke to, when Sasha went missing, you spoke to your husband about his conversation with the police. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in reviewing that, he told you that he had told the investigators that he went into the church from the upstairs area and parked upstairs. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember he told me that he told them that.
All right. And that's not the way you remembered it, was it?
No, that's not the way I remembered it.
You convinced him that he went in through the downstairs area. Is that right?
I didn't convince him. I just told him, no, remember we went down the downstairs.
His memory was different than that.
Yes, his memory was.
When did you have any conversation with your husband about the car that you testified seeing, you saw in the parking lot, the car with the dent?
Okay, that was another thing I remembered. I told you that I thought I told him, wow, that car has a big dent in the side. And later I thought, oh no, I didn't. I just thought it.
All right, so let's be clear. When you talked to me, you mentioned that you conveyed to Sam at the time about the car, right?
Yes.
We just talked to Sam. Sam said there wasn't any conversation about that. He didn't remember that. You now are telling me what? About
I'm telling you that later, after I had talked to you on the phone,
right?
then I recalled that I did not tell him, I did not mention to him about the dent in the side. I just thought it.
But regardless of what you said or didn't say, are you clear today and representing clearly to us that you absolutely saw that car in the parking lot?
Yes, I did.
And we're talking about which parking lot, upper or lower?
It was the upper parking lot.
And was it in a nose toward the building? Can you remember how it was positioned?
Yes, it was parked a little diagonal toward the building and the lawn.
What would be the distance between the car and the front door upstairs? Just your best guess.
I'm not good on distance, probably 20, 30 feet.
Would it be accurate to say that if a person was going to get church materials for Sunday that included Sunday school type books or materials, that would be located down in the lower level?
Yes,
So the fastest way to get that would have been to park down below and go in down below. Is that correct?
yes.
And counsel asked you this, but other than seeing that single parked car with the dent, did you see any other car parked at the church area?
I did not.
Did you see any car white in color with a hatchback while you drove near or at the church?
I did not.
did it cross your mind at the time that you saw the car with the dent that there might be somebody there at the church?
It did not cross my mind because the church house was all dark.
At any point in time while you were inside the church, did you ever turn off any light that had been on?
I did not.
Did you ever see your husband do that?
He did not.
Just had a moment, please. I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barker.
I don't have anything, thank you.
Any of the jurors have a question for this witness? Okay, looks like we may. Counsel, will you approach?
So I'm going to actually read the question to you that the juror has written, the questions the juror has written out. And I'm reading them just the way they've been written out. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
When going up the stairs, did you have additional light to navigate your side of the stairs?
I did not.
When you and husband arrived at the church, did you park in upper lot or only turn around?
We only turned around.
Any other questions from the jury before I turn the witness over for potential follow-up? All right, don't see any indication any of the jurors have any additional questions for this witness. Any follow-up, Mr. Barker?
No, thank you.
Mr. Griffin? May this witness be excused, Mr. Barker?
Yes, thank you.
You are excused. You may step down. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I think it's going to be a good time to take our recess because that way, well, we've been going, although we didn't get you into the courtroom until about 10 after 9, we were actually working on the case with the court reporter. So Dahlia's been working since before 9. And so that's I'm just explaining it to you why I'm going to take a break at this point in time. You know, we've been going not quite an hour and a half, but again, if we take our break now, this will put us in good timing to be able to probably not need another break before the lunch hour. All right, so this is our morning recess. Remember the admonition, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Please do not talk about the case with anyone. Do not let anyone talk to you about it. Keep an open mind, and please do not form any opinions about the case. Please be back in the jury room in approximately, I would say, 13 minutes if you decide to leave the jury room, just so we can call for you and try to get you in. We'll call for you in 15 minutes is what I'm trying to explain. You can leave your juror notebooks on your chairs if you want to, or you can bring them with you into the jury room. It's up to you. We stand in recess.
but the jury's been excused from morning recess. Counsel, anything further before we take the recess? All right, we stand in recess.
presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. Mr. Barker, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Morse.
All the way up here. Good morning. You just look over at the clerk.
Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? This you do under the penalty of perjury?
You may proceed. Do me a favor, just pull all, there we go. Sit all the way up in front of the microphone. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Barker.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You state your name for the record, please. Spell your last name as well.
Morse. My last name is Morse.
Thank you. Where do you live?
Farmington, New Mexico.
All right. Do you live near the Lamp and Light Publishing House?
That's correct.
How close do you live by that house?
We live right across the road, so it's a matter of perhaps 50 yards.
Okay. How long have you lived in that community?
For the most part of 3.5 years. I would have first moved into the area in January of 2018.
All right. Let me ask you a little bit about the Mennonite church. You're a Mennonite, is that right?
That's correct.
We've heard some testimony about the manner of dress that the women have, so the dresses and the head covering. Is there a specific dress code for men as well?
We stress simplicity, modesty. We don't want to follow world's fashions.
All right. So a plain button-up shirt, is that a pretty common
Yes.
dress?
Mhm.
And with regards to, I guess, violence or nonviolence, what is the Mennonite church stance on that?
Our stance is, we call it non-resistance, and our beliefs go back to the founding of our church in 1525 in Zurich, Switzerland. That is a Bible doctrine that we've held to very closely, and we find that's mentioned in the Bible a number of different times. So that is based on Bible truths.
So let me ask you more specifically, if someone were to attack you or to impose violence on you, what would your reaction be then in that situation, according to these beliefs?
According to these beliefs, we would not want to cause physical harm to anyone.
All right. So when you say non-resistance, does that mean not reacting or?
Well, okay, non-resistance is more than just not reacting in a violent way to someone that's assailing us. It is a way of life, and if it would have an impact on our business dealings, the way we react to the government. We do appreciate the governments, the lands that we live in. It would also affect of not participating in the military. That's something that we adhere to very closely.
Okay. So did you know Sasha Krause?
Yes, we knew her. I knew her. My wife knew her.
And how did you know her?
Well, when my wife and I came back to the Farmington church community in July of 2019, I came to work at Lamp and Light, and that's where Sasha was also working.
Okay. And what was your role at Lamp and Light?
My role at Lamp and Light, I worked in the print shop. That was my role there.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but Lamp and Light, that you're publishing religious texts, or how does it work?
That's correct. Our work goes around the world. Much of our work is in Spanish. So much of our work filters down to Central America, South America.
Okay. And what was Sasha's role at that publishing place?
Sasha worked upstairs. She was a very gifted girl. She had a working knowledge of Spanish and French. And I think her role primarily was in the correspondence departments. In English, I'm assuming she did some work in the English department, but also Spanish and French.
All right. We've heard that there's a section, at least, of this publishing that deals with studying the Bible and tests related to the Bible. Is that?
That's correct. And there's the various correspondence courses. Any given month, there may be thousands of tests that will come in, and someone needs to grade those tests. And that is probably something that Sasha did.
All right.
But again, I did not work in the upstairs area. My role was primarily down in the print shop.
Now, outside of work, obviously there's the Mennonite church building, and you attended that building there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did Sasha attend that same building?
Yes.
How many members of the Mennonite faith attended that church building?
I believe, this is just an approximation, there are roughly 100 members, perhaps a few more.
Okay. And church services are held when?
Our church services begin Sunday morning at 10 a.m.
In that community, and we've seen some photos, and we'll talk about this later as well, but there are Mennonites that live in that vicinity around the Lamp and Light, right?
That's correct.
And are there other Mennonites that live outside that community as well?
That's correct also.
Okay. And so people are traveling in to go to church on Sunday.
Yes.
Within that community, are there also non-Mennonites?
In our specific area around the Lamp and Light, Gingrich home, where the church building is, no, not real close. I think there's one family that lives very close, but generally they live like a neighborhood away.
Okay. We've heard this community being described as a compound. Is that just a word that shorthand?
That is a word, and I do not know where that originated with, and that's a common way to describe the church community, the buildings, those who live around the church building, Lamp and Light. But yeah, it's not a compound.
All right. In the traditional sense, where there's no wall or fence, right?
Yes.
People are free to come into the community and leave the community.
That's correct.
Is there also, do you encourage visitors to the community as well?
We encourage people to come to visit us Sunday morning at church. That is, visitors are welcome.
Let's go back to Sasha briefly. You knew Sasha. Was she a person that adhered to these beliefs?
Very much so. She was a very steadfast Christian girl. She, like myself, she was not raised in a Mennonite home. She was there by choice, very much. We all are. But she was, we really appreciated her appreciation for biblical truths and for the Mennonite church that we were a part of.
Now, she was there on a type of assignment. Can you describe what that is?
Well, she came, and I'm not sure how long of a period of time that she would have come to Lamp and Light. She would have perhaps committed herself for a certain length of time. I do not know how long, but she would have originally been from Grandview, Texas. That's where she would have lived previous to coming to Farmington.
All right. And then working at the publishing house, there was a period of time where you kind of committed to doing that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was true also of the Gingrich home, is that right?
Yes. I'm the administrator at the Gingrich home.
All right.
And yes, when we hire girls to come in and work for us, they commit for a certain period of time.
And the Gingrich home, we've heard, is an assisted living facility, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a time, a specific time for finishing work on a given day in the Gingrich home? Do they leave home at a specific time?
Yes, there are different shifts during the course of the day. And so otherwise, there are workers that are coming and going at specific times when the shift ends, and yes.
Is there a shift that ends in the evening hours? Can you describe what that is?
The evening shift, 8 o'clock-ish, there's a shift that would be right about that. Sometimes the shifts aren't exacting, because sometimes there is a variation. It all depends on when the work is completed for that specific shift. It could be 7:30, could be 8 o'clock.
All right. But it's going to be around that time period?
Yes.
Okay. Before we leave this topic on the community, I want to show you one exhibit. May I approach, Judge?
Yes. This is Sasha Krause.
Judge.
Well, the head covering is it's our interpretation, literal interpretation of 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 1 through, I think, 15, and that speaks about the headship order, God, Christ, man, and woman. And the headship veiling signifies the submission to man, to Christ, to God. And this is more than symbolic. We believe it should be literally carried out and worn.
In regard to the head covering, that's something that's worn day and night?
Yes, during the day, and I can't verify for all our sisters in the church if they wear them at night or not, presumably so, but during the day, yes.
Let me ask you about a specific date now. Let's go back to January 18, 2020, into the early morning hours of the 19th of January. Let's talk chronologically. Do you recall what you were doing on that Saturday? It was January 18th.
Well, at that point in time, 2020, in January, my wife and I were spending the nights at the Gingrich home. I was not the administrator of that facility yet, but we were spending the nights there as a backup in case of emergencies took place during the night, such as, let's say, if one of the residents fell and there was assistance needed. So we would have been there that evening, spent the night.
Okay. If something were to happen outside the Gingrich home, would you be a point of contact within the church?
Not necessarily. I was, there are other men, other brethren in the church in the compound for that particular night that you're referring to. I was, probably because Harley Kaufman, who was a house parent at the Lighthouse, Harley and Nestor May Kaufman, they're the house parents. He was away that weekend. Actually, I believe much of that week he was one of the teachers at a Bible school.
Okay. So and you're talking about the house where Sasha lived?
That's correct. That housing unit there is called the Lighthouse.
Okay. And it's a bluish house kind of on a hill, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so he wasn't there, his wife wasn't there, they were out of town. Did you have is there a specific hierarchy within the church where
No.
someone would call you? Okay.
No, there isn't any, just that we received that phone call that evening because that was the first ones they thought to turn to.
All right. And let's talk about that phone call. So this was a phone call the night of 18th into the 19th. Do you recall what time that was?
It was about 2 o'clock in the morning,
Okay.
Sunday morning, 19th.
And who was the person that made the phone call?
Would have been Lucinda Hurst. She was one of the other girls that worked at Lamp and Light, but also lived at the lighthouse.
And did she call you directly or your wife?
She called my wife.
And what's your wife's name?
My wife's name is Naomi.
Okay. And then was information conveyed to you about
Yes.
the situation?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mr. Barker, do you want to explain, or I will?
I can explain. So, Kurt, just because we're taking down every word, just let's give ourselves some space in between a question and answer, just so we're not talking over each other.
Mhm.
All right, thank you. So we were talking about that phone call. Naomi got the phone call. You were given information about the situation, right?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Okay, about 2 o'clock, the phone call came in, and of course we were sleeping, woke us up, and my wife picked up the phone, and it was Lucinda Hurst, and she conveyed the information that we can't find Sasha. Something that was the crux of the message. She said that we don't know where she is. She went down to the church house the previous evening, and she apparently did not come back.
And the previous evening being the 18th.
That's correct. Saturday evening, the 18th.
So a few hours before you got this phone call then.
Quite a few.
Yeah, 6 hours, I guess, right?
About.
Okay. Did you go try to find out what was happening? Did you leave your house or the Gingrich home?
Yes. I told my wife to tell the girls that I would be down to the church house as soon as I could.
All right. And what time do you think you arrived at the church house?
It may have been, I'm not sure, 5 minutes, 7 minutes. I didn't really keep track, but it was fairly soon.
The Gingrich home is pretty close to the church, is that
Yes.
right? It's actually, I guess, the next building to the east from the church.
That would be correct.
When you got to the church, who was there?
Lucinda Hurst and Lily Petrie.
And you knew them to be roommates of Sasha?
Yes.
Do you recall back then what the lighting situation was like around that area, around the church building and that community?
There was very little lighting.
Has that since changed?
Yes.
Okay. Back then, around the church, what lights do you recall being on?
I think there may have been one. I really don't recall. I do remember that it was generally very dark.
And aside from Lily and Lucinda being at the church, did you notice any vehicles around the church?
Yes, there was a vehicle parked out very close to the church. I came to understand that that was Sasha's vehicle.
So you came to understand, meaning you didn't know it was her vehicle at the time?
No, again, there's a lot of people that attend the Farmington congregation.
Right. Is it fair to say you don't know everyone's vehicle?
Yes.
But you learned that was Sasha's and was parked. We've heard about an upper parking lot and a lower parking lot. Is it the upper one now?
Yes.
What did you do once you got to the church?
We searched the upper area of the church house, sanctuary area. There's a few rooms up there. Then went down to the lower level, the basement, and searched all the rooms down there.
Were you searching by turning on lights, or did you have flashlights?
Turning on lights. I had a flashlight too.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual inside the church?
No.
Everything seemed to be in order?
Yes.
And after you searched the top and bottom of the church, where did you go?
We went outside and I searched the general area around the church building. And we opened up the doors on Sasha's car and looked in that to see if there was anything of consequence.
And her car was unlocked then?
It was.
Did you see any car keys inside?
I did not.
And there was nothing inside the car that raised any alarms?
No.
Okay. After searching the car, where did you go?
From the car, we went up to the lighthouse and we searched Sasha's room and other rooms within the lighthouse. And from there, we would have gone up to what we called Sasha's trailer. It was an older trailer that was being renovated. Sasha put much time and effort into making it homey.
Okay.
She had hoped to move into that trailer in the near future.
And this trailer was, I guess, up the hill a little ways, right?
That's correct.
Going back to her room, how did it appear when you walked into the room?
It appeared like there was nothing out of order. There was nothing that would raise any questions.
There weren't any bags packed or anything like that?
No.
Were personal items left behind, things like a wallet, or do you know?
I believe so. I mean, there was nothing. I think everything was as was left. There was nothing out of order that would cause questions.
And then the trailer, after searching that, did you discover anything that appeared out of order?
No.
What did you do after you searched those buildings?
We went to the lamp and light building, and we searched the upstairs and downstairs.
Okay. And again, same question, anything out of order?
Nothing.
At what point did you contact the police?
Okay, well, after searching the lamp and light building, I called Paul Kaufman. And Paul was and still is the general manager at Lamp and Light Publishing. So he would have been, I contacted him just to see if he had any insight, any explanations where Sasha could be, and he did not. And it was after speaking to Paul that I called 911.
All right. What time do you think the police arrived at that community?
I called 911 at approximately 3 o'clock. And so I think it was about 10 minutes.
Okay. And were you then, did you become kind of the point of contact for the police?
I think there were several of us that were, but I had some contact with the law enforcement.
Fair to say that more people were now waking up and engaged in the search for Sasha?
Not quite yet, I don't think. I think there was still a window of time there where, okay, Paul arrived on the scene fairly soon after the law enforcement did.
Okay. So into the 3 o'clock hour and getting closer to 4, people started waking up?
Yes, there was a few more of the brethren that were filtering into the church community.
In public, or may I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
All right, what is it?
It would be like a map of the area of the church community and surrounding areas.
To admit 172.
Any objection? 172 is admitted. Permission granted.
I'm going to show this now on the screen here. This is Exhibit 172. And can you see that okay?
I can see it better on my map than on the screen.
Okay. I can zoom in at points here, but if you need to refer to the hard copy, that's fine too.
Okay.
Let me ask you just to identify a couple areas here. So there's a label here that says Farmington Mennonite Church. You see that?
Yes,
Okay. And is that where the church is located?
yes.
Let me zoom in just a little bit here. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that helps some.
Okay. So there's also a label here that says Lamp and Light Publishers, and is that where that building is located?
Yes,
Now there's a highway that kind of runs, I guess this is north-south, roughly, right?
that's correct.
What's that highway?
That is 350.
Okay. And that connects up, I assume, with other major highways in Farmington?
That would be right.
And to get to this community, let's say the church, how could someone enter this area? Can you describe those ways to do that?
There'd be several different ways where one could, coming in from either the north or the south on Route 350, or you could also come in on Route 390, which is to the north of the church community.
Okay. 390, that runs west-east?
That's correct.
Okay. So let me just, now looking at Exhibit 172 again, we have this road here that connects up. It's basically perpendicular with Highway 350, right?
Yes,
And that could take you to the church, right?
that is correct.
You could also, I think you were describing a road that would take you, connect up with 390, and is that this road here?
That's right.
And that's kind of running parallel to Highway 350, right?
That's right.
And it looks like there's a couple different roads that kind of connect from the sides as well to that same road.
Yes.
Where does this road end up, this highway here that runs parallel to the 350 highway?
That road, if you take that south, would eventually intersect with Route 64, and which was a major highway going through the area. And if you took that road north, that would come into Route 390.
Gotcha. Let me ask you about a couple other buildings and facilities. Along this road here, this, we'll call it kind of the main road here going through town, is there a storage unit, a facility there?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located on the map? I don't know if it's labeled here. Where would that be?
That is located closer to the corner from, where you have where the...
Let me stop you there, Kurt. There should be a laser pointer up there, a pen has a red button on it. Maybe you could use that.
Okay, I see.
Got it?
Okay, let's see here. It'll be right about there. That's where the storage unit is. It's called the storage place. It's right in that area.
So on the corner of that road, 5569, that we said
Yes.
runs parallel to the 350 highway,
Yes.
and then that other kind of main road going into the community.
Yes, 5577.
All right. May I approach again, Judge?
Yes, Mr. Barker.
Thank you. Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 141. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Right. Is that that storage facility?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 141.
Any objection?
Publish.
141 is admitted.
Sorry, I jumped ahead there, Judge. May I publish?
May.
Thank you. Let's show 141 now. So this was the, again, that storage facility, at least part of it, that you were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And this road here that we can kind of see, a little gravelly road leading up to the stop sign, which road is that?
That is 5577.
And that's the road that'll connect up with that Highway 350.
That's right.
And if you continue up the hill, you'll get to the church.
Yes.
And then this road here that kind of runs perpendicular to that, which one's that?
That is, I'm not sure what number that is. I don't live on that road. It's 5569, is it?
Let me, it's okay. Let me go back to the 172. Let's see if we can find it on here. 5569, is that the one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me go back to 141. In that road, as we talked about, that can connect up to 390, and then it continues south as well.
That's correct, and it can go down to Route 64.
All right. Now, this storage facility, did it have a surveillance camera?
Yes.
And can you point out where that was?
Yes, it's right about there.
You can see it in Exhibit 141. It's just attached to that, what looks like a shed.
Yes.
This area? Okay. And were you one of the individuals that viewed some of that surveillance video to try to see if you could locate any suspicious vehicles or activity?
Yes.
All right. And that would have been for the time period of, I guess, the evening hours of 18th, right?
Yes.
You have a moment, Judge?
Me.
Sure, I'm going to show you another exhibit here in a minute. Just take 1 second to load it up. For the record, this is going to be Exhibit 171. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Me.
All right, this is Exhibit 171. I've loaded it on a laptop here. I'm just going to show you an image here. Do you recognize what we're looking at?
Yes.
What is this?
That would be footage from the storage place, that surveillance camera that we would have seen mounted on the side of that shed.
And there's a date and time up here. Do you see what that says?
It says 1/18/2020, and the time is 1901.
And it's counting forward in time, right?
Yes.
And it just will tell us what it shows exactly. What does the frame show?
Right here, it's not showing anything in particular right now, but there's no vehicles coming, but it will show vehicles coming and going on Route 5577.
All right. And fair to say this camera is stationary. It's not swiveling around, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit 171.
Any objection? Mr. Griffin, any objection? I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you heard me.
I guess I would ask for additional foundation. How much are we showing? What are we showing? I guess the length of the clip.
Well, it's going to be the entire day. We're not going to show the entire day, but that's what this exhibit has on it.
I'm sorry, from what, so you've already established the date, and you stated it was 1901, which, isn't that 7:01 p.m.?
That's correct. So military time, the 7:01 p.m. This particular exhibit 171 has the entire day of January 18th.
So when you're asking for, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No,
Just
go
to
ahead.
clarify, just
Go
to
ahead.
clarify further, they're 1 hour clips, and it's all on a single exhibit, 171.
So it's on that date, and then from what time, I believe what Mr. Griffin's asking for is clarification on from what time frame, besides the date, you've already established that, well, from what time frame to what time frame are you asking to publish with respect to this exhibit?
I'm not asking to publish right now, just to admit Exhibit 171.
It's true, you are just asking to admit it. But again, what time frame? From what time to what time? That's what defense counsel is asking, as I understand it.
This would be from midnight on the 18th until 11:59 p.m. on the 18th, so that 24-hour period.
Midnight on the 18th?
I guess 12:01, so a.m.
Okay. Mr. Griffin, any further foundation?
I Board Dyer on additional foundation.
Yes, you may.
I just have some additional questions. I'm a little fuzzy on your connection to the storage facility building. Do you own that building?
No,
Does the church own that building?
no.
You're here testifying about this surveillance camera in the video only because you looked at it once with the police?
Yes,
And did you look at 24 hours, 12 hours of full run from 12:01 a.m. through all the way through? Did you look at all of that?
no.
Who is the owner of the building?
The owner of the building at that time was J. Glenn Miller.
Why is Mr. Miller not able to verify what this shows us and what's going on?
He passed away from COVID last year in December.
Sorry to hear that. So, again, your only connection would be that law enforcement showed you some of this film selectively.
I was present when the film was being looked at.
No further voir dire questions.
All right. Any objection to the admission of this exhibit?
I do. I don't think that a proper foundation's been laid for the entirety of what the exhibit shows.
Counsel, any response? I know you both know about speaking objections, so if we need to go sidebar, we can do that. What's your response, Mr. Parker?
Judge, I'm happy to run through each hour clip with this witness, and he can verify that it's showing the same area of the same road that we just referred to. It's a stationary camera, but he can and he has authenticated that it's what it intends to, what it purports to be. Thank you.
We do sidebar on this.
Yes. Tell you.
Thank you. Well, just to clarify one point, it's not that police showed it to him. He was showing it to police. He was, I'm sorry.
Objection sustained. You may.
Are you aware of any other, at least back in those days, any other surveillance video in that community?
No,
All right, so this would have been the only one working at the time.
as far as I know.
Let me, if I could approach one more time, Judge.
You may.
See that?
Yes.
Recognize what that is?
It's a like a map of the Farmington area from the church community and into the actual city of Farmington.
All right, thank you. To admit 173.
Any objection? 173 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right. So Kurt, again, this is even a wider view of this community and more of the Farmington area, but you you see this label out here to the right where it
Yes.
says Lamp and Light Publishers? Is that where that's located?
Yes.
Okay. And let me zoom in a little bit here. That's not what I meant to do. All right, so we talked about a couple highways. I just want to be clear. There's Highway 350 that runs kind of north-south, right?
Yes.
That was the one that we talked about, runs perpendicular to the entrance to the community, kind of that main road.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a Highway 390. This is going west-east.
Yes.
And you could, there's this kind of frontage road that we identified. You could take this and meet up right with 390. Is that right?
That's right.
And if you took this road, would you avoid being seen in that surveillance video?
Yes.
You would, in fact, be running behind it. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then you talked about, let me zoom back wide here. You talked about how that kind of frontage road we identified going south, that would link up with which highway?
If you took that south, that would hook up to Route 64.
Right. And that's a major highway, obviously going the east-west direction.
Yes.
And the other highway, 390, we identified up here, eventually you could connect up to the same highway if you wanted to.
Yes.
Have a moment, Judge. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Griffin.
Bruce Griffin for Mr. Gooch. I interviewed with you some time ago. Do you recall, sir?
Yes.
Good to see you. Good morning. I just have a few questions for you. I want to talk about, you mentioned in your direct examination that service on Sunday usually started at 10 a.m.
That's correct.
Is there a sign, a marquee, or anything that tells the public as they enter that this is a Mennonite facility, it's a Mennonite church, and what the hours of service are?
There is one now, yes. To flush out this answer, at the time of Sasha's disappearance, there was a previous sign. It wasn't as extensive, and there was no time shown on the sign of when services would begin.
What did it say?
It said something to the nature, all welcome, something of that nature, but there was no time frame.
How is the church building itself in your community, how is that used on, say, a Saturday?
Generally not. It would be extremely seldom that the church building would be used for meetings.
I'm told that perhaps on occasion, on a Saturday, say there might be revivals or other special meetings that would be held. Is that correct?
Very seldom, perhaps once a year, maybe twice.
In your community?
Yes, that's correct. Very, very, very seldom.
Would be more frequent in other Mennonite communities. Is that fair?
Could be, but I doubt it.
I want to talk about, are you familiar generally with the vehicles that are owned by people living on the community or the compound, if you will?
Ones that live in the very near area, yes. Other than that, not as much.
Now, you say that you did recognize or did not recognize Sasha's car that day.
I did not.
Would a strange car, unfamiliar to the area, stand out at night?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, being very dark, and I probably wouldn't notice it.
If somebody saw a car at night that was unfamiliar, would that be a cause for concern?
It would be now.
No. Let me reference. I'm asking questions back at the time of some.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Perhaps not.
But perhaps so. Would you agree? Or can you speak for all members as to what their attitude would be?
I can't.
That's fair enough. Thank you. When a shift ends from the Gingrich home, how many people, would it be the same number of people coming off and going on each time? In other words, would 8 people come off and be replaced by 8 people?
No, the numbers would be much lower than that. There would only be a few, and it would be the same amount coming and going.
If we had information that perhaps 1 or 2 females may have been seen leaving the home around the 8 o'clock hour, plus or minus a few minutes, on the evening of January 18th, would that be inconsistent with what you would think of?
No.
So that would be a typical shift end with several people, could be more than that, leaving.
No, it generally would not be more than that. And again, the shift ends, it's variable, the time is.
Do people normally drive to the Gingrich home that work there?
At that time frame, there was some movement on foot.
So mostly people would walk to and fro when they got off shift.
Not all, but it was often there was walking.
You're familiar with a white hatchback car that might have been utilized by anybody in the community at that time? Back on the
I do not.
When Sasha's disappearance occurred, I'm sure that there was much investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Fair to also say, sir, that the law enforcement questioned many of the individuals in the community?
Yes.
Including yourself and many of the other people that lived or worked there?
Yes, I think we were all had interconnection with law enforcement. I know I did on a number of different occasions.
You felt like they were aggressively and actively investigating the case. Is that fair?
Yes, I believe so.
After Sasha's body was recovered, did that investigation come back and continue again?
Yes, I think there was a continuation.
All right, so let me ask you 2 particulars. Was there specific investigation that came back after Sasha's remains had been found that included concern about duct tape?
I don't recall.
Was there specific follow-up investigation after she was located about guns or weapons?
Could you be more specific with who were?
Determined by an autopsy that she had been shot. Was there follow-up investigation, to your knowledge, at the community about weapons that might have been responsible for that?
Are you referring to individuals that would have been suspicion with relation?
I'm not asking about suspicion. I'm just asking, were you aware, sir, personally, of whether law enforcement came back to follow up on either the topic of duct tape or weapons?
I'm not sure that I am.
You did not personally get questioned about those?
No, I did not.
Thank you. No further. Thank you.
Mr. Barker.
I have nothing, thank you.
All right, any of the jurors have a question for this witness? This is apparently remand. Write it out, please. Sorry? You don't have to put anything on the top. Yeah, you don't have to put anything on the top. So let me just try to clarify. So jurors asking a question. You don't have to write, remember, do not write your name. You don't have to write anything out on the top. Just write your question on the forms provided. Thank you. Counsel, since there's a number of questions, would you please join me sidebar? Dahlia will call for you if we need you. So I'm just going to read you these questions, sir, from the jury, just exactly word for word the way they're written. All right. Is 10 a.m. a common start time for Mennonite churches on Sundays throughout the United States?
That, probably not, no. That would fall back on the individual congregation, what works best for them.
How would someone get information for your church if they wanted to visit and they were not part of your community?
They could call. They could call one of the ministers' contact people in a church directory.
Do you generally have services in the afternoon or evening on Sundays?
Every Sunday we would have the morning services. Very seldom Sunday afternoon. Very seldom.
Mr. Morris, is the storage place surveillance camera motion activated?
No.
Or is it fair to say it is continuously recording?
I think it's fair to say that it's continuously recording.
Any other questions of this witness before he's excused from the jury? Okay, apparently we have another question. Oh, thank you. Counsel, will you approach, please? Jurors, remember to spell to the best of your ability the words you're writing out so that we don't struggle with trying to figure out and use the wrong word. We want to, if we're going to ask the question, we want to make sure we're asking the question that you want asked. How would an occasional counsel, can you approach?
Revival?
Oh, is that what you think the word is? Okay. How would an occasional revival be communicated out to community or others outside of community?
Well, as far as an occasional revival, we generally have revival meetings once a year. And as far as being communicated, it would be, I believe, generally transmitted by word of mouth, or sometimes we do have printed flyers that would be handed out different places.
All right. Jurors, any other questions for this witness before I turn it over to counsel for any potential follow-up? Okay. Apparently no other questions for this witness. Mr. Barker.
No follow-up, thank you.
Mr. Griffin. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right, you can step down. You're excused. Thank you. All right. Counsel, will you approach? Mr. Parker, you may call your next witness.
Detective Steve Strang.
All right, while they get the next witness, I was just checking with counsel. I'm watching the clock. You may as well, I don't know, but I know it's 11:45, and we are going to stop right at noon, or maybe even, depending on if we finish with the witness, a couple minutes before that, because I have a judge's meeting I have to attend on the over the lunch hour. So just to let you know, we will be taking your lunch break soon. All right, and then the bailiff's going to assist you. Actually, no, come this way.
Do you solemnly swear, under penalty of perjury, the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, the bailiff normally would direct you. I apologize for that. And I didn't have my mask on, so I was trying to back up. If anybody comes close to the bench. Okay, there we go. All right, Mr. Barker, you may proceed when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You state your name for the record?
My name is Stephen Strang.
And Strang is spelled how?
S-T-R-A-N-G.
Where do you work?
I am a full-time certified and salaried officer. I work for the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. That is in northern New Mexico. Our office is in Aztec, New Mexico. I've been employed there since March of 2015, and I am currently assigned to the Detective Division.
How long?
You do me a favor, sir. You got to slow down, okay? Just because I got to make sure the jurors are getting what you're saying and the court reporter is getting it down. So just maybe take a deep breath and just slow down a little bit. We sure appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr. Barker.
Thank you. How long have you been a detective?
Approximately 2.5 years.
Okay. And is the region that you are in San Juan County, that covers Farmington as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony, obviously, about the Lamp and Light community. It would encompass that as well?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you assigned as, for lack of a better word, the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I was.
And that was, I guess we should specify, as to San Juan County investigation, right?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to take some things out of order real quick. We'll come back to some other subjects, but I want to approach Judge, if I could. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 171. Correct?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This camera is mounted on a building at a storage facility on County Road 5577 and is orientated to the east. In the background to the east, you'll see County Road 350. That footage initially was collected by Detective Reach, but eventually, yes, I did collect that for the case.
And this footage, we should specify for the record, 171 is the day of January 18, 2020.
Correct.
And you've reviewed this, and or at least some of this footage, you can verify that this is the footage from that surveillance camera from that storage unit.
Yes.
All right. Move to admit 171.
Any objection? What foundations?
Not clear as to whether it seized it from the storage facility, it was by a third party, how that acquisition.
Objection sustained.
Detective, was this seized from the storage facility?
Yes, it was. That video was gathered with the assistance of Mr. David Burkholder.
All right. And David Burkholder is who?
He is associated with the Lamp and Light Publishing.
Excuse me. And it was provided to your office, or
Yes,
your sheriff's office?
That is correct. When the video was requested, we went to the building that the camera is mounted on. The recording device is contained within that. It's a small little building. It's contained within that building. We went down there to that facility, and that evidence was gathered at that time. I'm sorry, the video was gathered at that time.
And did you review it at that facility before seizing it?
Initially, when we tried to look at that video to see if it was working properly, to be quite honest with you, we went back to that building a couple of different times to obtain it. I believe the first time we tried to obtain it on the jump drive, it didn't download, so we went back again to retrieve it.
All right. And was it downloaded onto a jump drive and then given to your office?
Correct.
Okay. And you booked it into evidence?
Correct.
All right. Move to admit 171.
171's admitted.
Thank you. Judge, if we want to break here, I have further subjects, but it'll take some time.
It's fine. We'll break just a few minutes early. That way I can attend attend that meeting. We only have these meetings, not even every month, but we try to meet once a month, sometimes twice a month. The judges, Superior Court judges. Okay, so we're going to break just a little bit early for the lunch hour, just because we're at the point with this witness, as Mr. Barker explained, he's got some other areas to ask. So we'll go ahead and just do that. That'll be done at a later time, not right now. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please do not talk about the case with anyone. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Keep an open mind about the case, and please do not form any opinions about the case. If you want to take your juror notebooks with you into the jury room, you can. You could also leave them on your chairs, but they have to either be, just as a reminder, they have to either be left on your chairs during court days, trial days, or left in the jury room. They can't leave the courthouse, is what I'm trying to say. So either in the jury room or on the chairs, and the bailiff will secure them when you're not in the jury room or not in the courtroom, and then you'll always get those from the bailiff. They'll be available to you in the jury room the next morning when you come in for trial. All right. And then if you could be back in the jury rooms by 1:20, then that way hopefully we've got everybody back, everybody ready to go, so we can bring you in hopefully as promptly and close to 1:30 as possible for continued testimony. All right, enjoy your lunch hour. We stand in recess. Can I see that for a second? Please be seated. The record will reflect the jury's been excused for the afternoon recess. So I just want to make a record, because we weren't on the record, that both attorneys objected to juror question number 13 being asked of the witness, because the objection from counsel for both parties was that the question was asked and answered. So for the record, that's why 13 wasn't asked. All right, counsel, you want to be back about 1:15, so if something comes up and you need to put it on the record, we got a few minutes to do that. All right, okay, we stand in recess. Okay, so just to double check, are you? So, The record will reflect the presence of counsel, the defendant, and the jury. You all had a nice lunch. Mr. Barker, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we have Detective Strang back on the stand. Detective, thanks for coming back. Let me go back and start to do this a little more chronologically. You mentioned you were the lead detective out in San Juan County, right?
Correct.
On this case. How did you get assigned this case?
I was on call when this initial call for service came out. I was on call at that time. So after initial deputies responded, I eventually went out to the scene. The case was then assigned to me.
Did you go out to the scene the night of the call?
The call came out early in the morning. I went to that location later in the afternoon.
And what was the first, I guess, course of business? What did you do initially when you got to the scene?
When I got there, outside of visual observations of the area where the church building is at, I had observed a passenger car parked there, but initially when I got there, I spoke with Kurt Morse, who was the initial reporting party.
Now, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. Even before this case, did you know that area?
Correct. Yes, I did.
And did you have on prior occasions did you patrol that area?
Yes, when I was on patrol, it was common for me to be in that area. Close by there is a casino, which is frequently trafficked by patrol deputies as far as being in the area looking for crimes afoot. So that area is well known in a main route of travel.
Okay. We've seen a couple maps of that area, so just so we can orient ourselves a little bit, there's that Highway 350, right?
County Road 350, correct.
And that's the north-south highway, right?
Correct.
And then you can take a road that runs perpendicular into the Mennonite community off that main highway.
Correct. That's County Road 5577.
Okay. Now the casino, where would that be located in relation to the Mennonite community?
Casino would be south of there, at the intersection of County Road 350 and US 64, approximately a mile and a half.
All right. And if you were to take 350 going north from that community, would it meet up with 390?
Correct. County Road 390 is just north of 5577 off of County Road 350, and there's a gas station that's locally referred to as Dino Mart on the corner.
Okay. All right, so you got to the scene, you talked to Kurt Morse, who was the reporting party, and then the investigation began. What things were you looking for to try to move this investigation forward?
Initially, upon observation of the scene, we're looking for immediate signs of struggle or foul play, as we would call. Taking into consideration that there was a building there that's the church building within the community. That parking lot area is gravel, where there was a silver passenger car that was parked there. When I arrived, I was told that that passenger car belonged to Sasha Krause. The vehicle was approximately 3 parking lot widths. Again, these are not marked parking lot spaces, so approximately 3 vehicle widths from where there would be a sidewalk leading up to the door of the church. So in observation there, I'm looking in the gravel, looking around for either what we would consider a sign of struggle, either in the terrain or items that may have been left behind during a struggle, articles of clothing, things that someone may have been carrying, and so on.
So let's talk about the church first. You went in the church and investigated that area?
Correct. At one point in time, I did go in the church with Mr. Morse.
And was there anything that stood out to you? Any signs of struggle or anything that seemed out of place?
There were not. The church was very neat and orderly.
Let's talk about the car. You said it was parked in that first parking lot, or the upper parking lot, rather. Anything about the car that stood out to you?
No, not initially.
Okay. Was the car unlocked when you went to it?
Yes, the vehicle was unlocked. The vehicle that I'm speaking about is a silver in color 4-door passenger car.
And did you find keys in the car at any point?
Yes, and when we decided to look in the vehicle at this point in time, under exigence of trying to find out if we can gather anything immediately to help us further the investigation, the doors were opened for primary observation. The thing that stood out to me when we were looking in the vehicle is that the keys were between the rocker panel, if you will, and the passenger side seat. So it appeared as if the keys.
Let's go back. Just define a couple of things for us. The rocker panel is what?
So when you get into the car and you're sitting on the floor and the door closes, where the bottom of the door would rest.
Okay. And the keys were between that and the passenger side seat?
Correct.
And we're talking about the front passenger, right?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else inside the car that you noted initially that was interesting?
Nothing that appeared to be out of the ordinary, no.
Okay. Now, aside from the church and the car, did you go and visit where Sasha would have lived in the what they call the lighthouse?
Yes, I did. The building references a lighthouse is a gray or blue in color building. It's approximately 200 to 250 yards from the church building where the vehicle was located. We did go up to that building to make observation.
At any point were you given a description of what Sasha may have been wearing at the time?
Yes, initially upon seeing and trying to gather some immediate information, I was told that Sasha was wearing a long gray in color dress. And I was also told that initially as they were looking for her, they realized that Sasha's jacket, white in color, was missing from her bedroom.
Inside Sasha's bedroom, was there anything that stood out, anything that suggested that she was taken from the room or that she would plan on leaving the room?
No. When we were looking through the room again was very neat and orderly. Upon observation, we did notice that her purse was on the bed, leading me to believe that she didn't plan on leaving for a long, extended period of time.
All right. Now, were you aware that Sasha had a cell phone?
Yes, I was told that she did have a cell phone and that it was not in the room, is what I was told. And upon observation, I did not find a cell phone that was in working order.
Okay. Were you given that phone number?
Yes, I do not recall it offhand, but yes, I was provided a phone number.
That's all right. I won't ask you to repeat the number, but was there a point in the investigation where you tried to track that phone or identify where it was pinging?
Yes, an application for a ping order was applied for and obtained so that we could attempt to locate that device.
And when I say pinging, can you describe what that means?
So when we put out an ex parte order for what we call a ping warrant, that gives us the opportunity to attempt to utilize location services on that device, in this case being the cellular phone, to attempt to make a location of where that device is at the time.
All right. And to your understanding, would that phone need to be connected to the network in order to ping off a tower?
Correct. It would have to be under power.
Were you able to find out if it was pinging off any towers when you filed for that warrant?
I was not. From the time that I received the order for ping and I was receiving that data, I was not able to get a location service for that phone.
Okay. Did you eventually obtain the AT&T records for Sasha's cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was pursuant to a warrant, and you received the actual records?
Yes, I did.
Right. Now, we talked about you looking through some of these locations. Were you also speaking to people within the community about what they may know about what happened to Sasha?
Yes, and in the initial stages of that investigation, we spoke with several people, trying to gather as much information as we could in the beginning to try to confirm or dispel either one piece of information we were given or give us a further road to go down for investigation.
Give us a sense of the scope of this investigation. Again, we're talking about the early stages of the investigation. How many people were you talking to? How many leads were you following up on?
Several people, again, and I work with a team of detectives, up to 8 or 10 at a time, and we were all involved in this from the beginning. So at the time, tasks are delegated out to each person. We're speaking with several people. And then on top of that, we're receiving, as the investigation in the initial stages goes on, we're receiving several different anonymous tips that we're needing to follow up on. So in the grand scale, I have approximately 8 or 10 people helping me work on this together. And very exhausting, the amount of work that was put into it as far as following up on those leads, whether they seem to be minor at the time or major at the time, trying to follow up on that to confirm or dispel whether that is something that we can use to further the investigation took several hours and days for the team of detectives to work through.
Detective, I have to ask you again, please slow down. You're talking so incredibly fast. And I'm worried about my court reporter keeping up, and I'm worried about as I watch the jurors, and I'm getting nods of the head. You're talking too fast for them. So if you could slow down, please.
All right. You talked about kind of how exhaustive the investigation was. At some point, did you simply just have to say, well, we don't have any further leads or suspects at this point?
Yes, at one point in time after we had gathered as much information, surveillance statements, and so on, took the time to follow up on that information to the best that we could with what we had under the circumstances. We did come to the point where investigation efforts were exhausted with what we had to work with. And at that point in time, we had no further leads to follow up on.
And give us a sense of that time. When was that decision kind of made that we've done all we can for now?
Without an exact time, I would say roughly for about a solid month, we were working pretty steady on that case. And within that time frame, we did, 3 to 4 weeks after the initial call, we got to the point where we had exhausted what we were able to work on at the time. And that was kind of the end of the bulk of the investigation, if you will.
All right. I skipped over one part, but there was a part of this investigation where you were looking into the car and doing some forensic work on the car. At least someone on your team was doing that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And was there anything, again, looking into your investigation, was there anything that was conclusive that came out of that forensic work?
No, there was a search warrant that was done, but there was nothing that was gained from the vehicle that was able to help us further the investigation.
All right. Now, at some point, did you receive word from Coconino County about a body being found?
Yes, we did.
Right. Did that, I guess, spur on more investigation in this case?
Correct. At that point in time, with the possibility of a body being found, we did come down and meet with the team of detectives in Coconino County. Again, with now having another crime scene and able to follow back on some initial investigation, we did start things back up on our side, trying to follow up on some things after speaking with the team here in Coconino County.
All right. Thank you. Judge, may I approach a witness? Sorry, let me just have one moment. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 84. Do you recognize what's...
Yes, this is a still photograph, and in the background is the Lamp and Light Publishers building, which is white in color.
Push play on Exhibit 84. What else does it show?
What I'm observing is drone footage that was captured. This footage encompasses the community at Lamp and Light.
No objection. No.
84 is admitted.
And permission to publish, Judge?
Permission granted.
All right, Detective, I'm showing Exhibit 84 now. I'm going to push play, and I may have some questions as we're watching this. The video itself is approximately 7 minutes. And just a warning, it is a little herky-jerky at some points. You may get motion sick, but I'm pushing play now in 84. All right, we're going to have to kind of narrate this. Detective, right in the foreground there, what do we see?
Right in the front there is the Lamp and Light Publisher building. The white building contains items that they use for the process, and the building to the left is where their office and their bookstore is at.
All right, and we're moving along a route that seems to follow a road. Which road is that?
Correct. That road runs directly west off of 5577.
All right, and then now in the foreground, there's another building. What is that building?
The building that you're seeing in the center of the photo now is the church that is part of the Lamp and Light community.
Let me pause it right here. You can see now, it's about 52 seconds, you can see a couple different parking lots, and describe which ones those are.
The parking lot where you see the vehicles and the what looks like a storage shed on the bottom is what has been referred to as a lower parking lot. In the top side of that picture, so west of that church building, you see those two big trees there. There's another section of gravel there that would be the upper parking lot.
All right. Now this drone footage was not taken at the time. Is that fair?
Correct. This is after the fact.
This is clearly, the trees are green, there's grass here. What other differences do you see here in this community from the time that you were there?
So if you notice as the drone was coming up from east to west, that was coming up the driveway, if you will, there's several light posts along that driveway, and now there are very bright lights that light up this entire community. At the time that this call initially came out, those lights were not in place, and it was very dark there initially. And the community has since adapted that atmosphere and made it to where now it's very well lit.
All right, let me push play again. We've heard reference to this community as a compound, but just to confirm, is there any fencing or wall that blocks in this community?
No, there's not. This community is open, and there's actually several places where you could drive in and out of it.
All right, now this building here in the foreground, what is this building?
This building right there is referred to as the lighthouse. The lighthouse is where Sasha's room was at. There are several other girls that live in that house as well.
There's an open door there, if we can pause it, just at the bottom level. And what door does that enter into?
That door that is open on the bottom is the entrance to the bottom level of that house. When we initially responded to this scene, that's how we accessed this building.
All right, there's a couple trailers, and this one right there, and right in the center. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that building is at the farthest west point of that property when you come in off of 5577. At the time, that building was under remodel, if you will. It was not being lived in.
All right, now we're facing east, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and there's a couple roadways kind of going north-south up here on the top of the screen. Can you identify what roads those are?
The first roadway that you would come to that's running north and south is 5569. At the very north end of that, it's 55690. Further to the east is County Road 350 that runs north and south as well. Can you pause that video, please? You see that cement pad that is at the west south end corner of the church? Earlier I referenced approximately 3 parking spaces wide. That would be from that corner right there in that gravel parking lot.
Okay, so there should be a laser pointer up there, Detective, at the red button on the side. If you want to point out generally where Sasha's car was found.
It's approximately in this area right here.
All right, kind of in the shadow of that tree there.
Correct, but remember at the time, the vegetation wasn't leaf. It was colder in the year, so leaves weren't on the trees at the time.
Thank you. I'm going to pause it right here and ask you a couple of questions about these other facilities here. So this road here, kind of on the left side, this is paused at 443 for the record, kind of a frontage road that kind of parallels that other highway. Which
Correct.
road is that again?
That road is 5569. It runs north and south parallel to County Road 350.
Now, if you took this road going north, so I guess the opposite way here that we're looking, would it meet up with highway or Country Road 390?
Correct. It meets up with, at the very north end, that road is identified as 55690, and it connects into County Road 390.
And what about going south? So the way we're facing here, what would it connect up with?
That road at the south end intersects with US 64, which is the main highway that runs east and west through that area.
All right, and then this other road further to the left here on the screen is 390.
County Road 350.
350
runs north and south.
350, okay. And again, this would also connect with 390 up north, right?
Correct. There's an intersection to the north with 390.
Now, following this road down a little bit, this the road we're seeing here facing south, there's a facility, some buildings down here to the right of that roadway. What is that?
That's an oil field location that's, I would say, approximately a half a mile from the community.
All right. Push play again. Now pause it here. This facility here in the foreground, what's that?
That facility that's at the bottom left of that picture is the storage facility. Do you mind if I use my laser pointer, Judge?
Please.
This building that's right here, that building right there is where the surveillance camera that we referenced earlier is mounted, and that camera orientates to the east down this road right here, which is 5577. This facility is completely fenced. However, the camera that's on this building is outside. When you're looking at it, you'll see the gate, and then you'll see the county road.
And what is that surveillance footage depicting? What area can you actually see in that surveillance video?
When you're watching that video, if I was to approximately draw it, it's a rectangle shape about this size right here.
All right. So is it fair to say you wouldn't be able to see this intersection here in the foreground, right?
Correct. That's behind the view of the camera.
Okay. And it would stop close to where a car would either turn right or turn left at the Country Road 350.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, let me push play again. Now, Detective, is it fair to say that this is a bit of a valley? In other words, there are hills on either side of these highways?
That's correct.
And we'll see if we turn around here. This should give us a view of the entire community. Pause it here. Can you point out where the Gingrich home would be?
The Gingrich home is, so this right here is County Road 5569. This building right here is the Gingrich home.
All right. Includes the video. That's again Exhibit 84.
Yes. Yes, the vehicle in the center is the silver vehicle that I referenced earlier. The vehicle that is on the right is Samuel Coon's vehicle, the minivan, and the white minivan I do not recall at this time.
But according to your reports, the only vehicle parked there was this one of them.
Correct.
Mr. Griffin?
Good afternoon, Detective. I'm Bruce Griffin. I'm counsel for Mark Gooch, working the Flagstaff.
Good afternoon.
No questions for you. I've asked counsel to back up the phone to the very end of that, if we could, to about 6. The road that's basically is going to the right and right, left of the Cambridge house. Do you remember what number that is?
That road is the driveway up into the community. I believe it's actually marked as County Road 5577, which is what runs east as well.
So with your pointer, up that road, past lamp and light. Now let me ask you, if you were fleeing the church, would the most direct way out of there be to be coming back down that road eastbound?
There's several egresses out of that community.
Direct.
Yes, would be to the east.
I mean, just as you just trailed up, coming straight back down to the east, correct?
Correct.
Start up at the church. You would come straight down that road, follow me down the road.
I wouldn't come this way, but I could say someone may choose to come this way. That's correct.
That is a very direct way through the center to get out. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be if you were heading out instead of up toward up toward the top of the hill there, that would be eastbound if you were leaving, exiting, correct?
That's correct.
Now I want to, that would be the end of that. Thank you. If I could just clarify for a moment with you, for investigation, if there were maybe segments of that, and see if I can clarify that. So initially, you're the on-call detective, and you ultimately become the lead detective. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as you've told us, all hands on deck kind of situation, 8 to 10 detectives and officers working with you on this case initially.
Yes, that's correct.
And as lead detective, you're familiar with the work that those other people were doing. They're reporting to you, you're discussing that, and figuring out further direction. Is that fair?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I want to, you told counsel during examination that at some point you essentially stalled. Is that right?
We did get to a point where the investigation that we had at the time, we did not have any further leads to follow up on at the time, yes.
And is it fair to say that up to that point, you conducted a very thorough, what you felt was investigation of all things that were in play at the time?
Yes, that is correct.
And that included, just to be clear, a number of interviews of people in the community and outside the community.
Yes.
Careful forensic work in the church area. Dusting for prints, looking for things like that.
There were observations made in the church area without a direct sign of foul play. However, there was not a significant amount of evidence gathered from the church building.
We'll talk a little bit more about that. But in addition to that, careful analysis of Sasha's vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
Forensic work in that regard, looking carefully for evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thorough review of her room.
Yes.
And then other buildings that she may have been in, Lamp and Light, other ones, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, during all of that, is it fair to say that while you developed leads and investigatory leads, nobody ultimately, as you used the word, was a suspect at that point? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, during the investigation that you conducted, did you get to a point where you had some concerns about vehicles that may have been seen during the relevant period of time associated with Sasha's disappearance?
In the beginning of the investigation, there were several vehicles that were brought to attention that were possibly seen within the community.
So I want to talk about a white colored, referred to perhaps as a hatchback. Do you recall that vehicle?
I do recall mention of a white vehicle, yes.
We've had testimony from a lady named Esther Schrade. Do you remember Esther?
Yes.
Esther is one of the people that identified a white vehicle in the area at the relevant time period of Sasha's disappearance, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And by relevant time period and location, do you agree, sir, that that would have been a vehicle seen either near the Gingrich house or between the Gingrich house and the church?
Yes, that was what was given in her statement.
That would have been on that road that we just discussed when we were looking at the drone video.
Yes, in that relative area.
Now, in addition to Esther talking about that vehicle, by the way, did you get a direction that that vehicle was going when she saw it?
The way I recall the statement is that the vehicle was observed and then she went outside to attempt to see it again and did not see it.
Now, she wasn't the only person that identified a white car, correct?
Correct. There was other mentions of a white vehicle.
One of them being Eldon Stoltz.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
I'm not asking exactly what he said. I'm just
Speaking of objections, I know. Ruled.
I'm going to object to foundation then.
Ruled.
So, did Mr. Stoltzville identify a white car as well?
That conversation I do not recall.
So you're not privy to that?
If that statement was taken by a detective, I would have to refer to a report in order to gather that.
Do you remember a search warrant affidavit prepared by Detective Vicente?
Yes.
She was working with you, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed that search warrant affidavit. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May we approach on this?
Sidebar, proceed when ready, Mr. Griffin.
Detective, I'm sorry for the interruption. I want to go back and pick up where we were. Let me just backtrack and set the stage again. So during the course of your initial investigation, you had leads regarding people, and you had certain topic matters that were of interest as well, correct?
That's correct.
One of the topic matters of interest was vehicles, perhaps strange vehicles in the community the night of the disappearance of Sasha. Correct?
Vehicle in the community, that's correct.
And we talked about that being variously described as a white hatchback type vehicle, correct?
A white vehicle, as I recall, yes.
I was asking you some questions, and I wanted to give you a chance to review Detective permission to approach.
Bless you.
Yes. Does that refresh your recollection as to the name Elvin Stoltzful?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier that multiple names had been identified as providing information about white cars. Elvin Stoltzful fits into that category, correct?
Correct.
Now, without telling us what Mr. Stoltzful put in that affidavit, you recognize that affidavit, do you not, sir?
Yes.
That affidavit was the one that you mentioned to us earlier that was used to collect AT&T records regarding a phone.
Correct.
So, and we talked about the way to get in and out of the community from the church down. In addition to information provided by multiple people in the community regarding observations of a white car at the relevant time of the disappearance in the relevant area, did you have a chance to further review video footage from a surveillance camera that contained an image of a white car?
Yes, on the surveillance camera that I mentioned earlier that was mounted on the building at the storage unit, there was what appears to be a white vehicle on that surveillance.
Not only what appears to be a white vehicle, but a suspicious appearance of a white vehicle. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know that I would say suspicious, but a white vehicle, yes.
Right. Well, what was unique about the way that that vehicle, unlike the other vehicles that came through there, what was unique about the way that that vehicle came into the picture?
Outside of rate of speed, I wouldn't say there's anything outside of the ordinary.
It's parked at the rate of speed. What about the rate of speed?
The area in which 5570 is located, almost in the center, when you're looking from the storage unit towards County Road 350, there is a slight dip in the road where a wash comes across, which would typically rate someone to drive maybe a little bit slower.
So it was going slowly instead of fast?
The vehicle was moving at not at a slow rate of speed, but in the video it appears as if it didn't make an attempt much to slow down at the wash.
Right. So maybe you had been in a hurry. Is that
Possibly.
what you're saying?
Possibly.
Now, what about the headlights on that car, sir?
I don't recall.
Recall whether or not, unlike other vehicles, it appeared that the headlights were not on until just before it came into the picture?
In the surveillance video, when you're watching it, you can make an observation as vehicles seem to get close to the intersection heading in an eastbound direction of travel. And prior to those vehicles coming into view of the camera, there's times when you can see the headlight come into view, and then you'll see the vehicle after that.
So the problem here, what makes this distinctive, my word was suspicious, was that the headlights appeared to be off on this car, unlike the other cars where you could see the headlights. Correct?
I would have to rewatch and review.
Isn't there a report where you did exactly that, rewatched and reviewed it with another one of your detectives and came to that conclusion, sir?
I believe that review was done by Detective Headley. If I had that report to refer to, then yes, I would be able to tell you that exact statement. But the reference of the headlights coming into view in their surveillance video prior to seeing the vehicle in the camera, I believe is what you're asking.
didn't you sit in and review that video when it was called to your attention?
Yes, but as far as time frame of seeing headlights and then seeing videos, that I don't recall.
What was the ultimate resolution of the white car? Did we ever lay claim to or ownership of or identification for that white car?
In the investigation, there was never anything that led me further to investigate a white vehicle as far as being suspicious or having the possibility of being involved. Again, after extensive investigation looking into videos and having conversations, there was never anything to further the investigation relative to the white vehicle.
A little bit differently, the white vehicle was a dead end. You could not find any further information about it.
You could state it that way, yes.
Interest, put it down. Is that fair?
It was in the initial investigation, and nothing came of it to further the investigation.
I want to ask whether or not after, well, you told us that your investigation sort of rekindled after Sasha Krause's body was located. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And when the body was located, were there certain aspects of your investigation that took on new importance or areas that were new for you?
Yes.
So would one of those have been the involvement of a weapon?
Yes.
Now, up to that point, guns and weapons, because the body had not been discovered, had not been a significant part of your investigation. Is that fair?
That's correct.
After the body was found and it was determined, I think you even went to the autopsy, did you not, sir?
Yes, I did.
It was determined that, that there was a gunshot wound to the head. Then obviously weapons became a more important consideration.
Yes, that was a new piece of evidence that we had then, again, to follow up on investigation.
And did you follow up on that?
Yes, I did.
Did you go back to the Mennonite community?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the people that you went back to talk to Mr. Kaufman?
Mr. Harley Kaufman, yes.
Mr. Kaufman possess a weapon?
Yes, he did.
Was it of the caliber that was consistent with what was involved here, to your knowledge?
Relative in caliber, yes.
So it was a 22.
The rifle was a .22 Magnum.
So was that seized as evidence, sir?
Yes, it was.
Submitted to the crime lab?
I don't believe after the rifle was collected, it was entered into evidence, and I believe that swabs were taken of the rifle and then submitted.
About ballistics testing done on that weapon, sir?
There were 2 rounds. When I collected that rifle was in a gun safe. And if I remember correctly, there was 2 different brands of ammunition, and 1 round each of each brand was collected to be submitted with that firearm for the potential that we may need that later on in the case to do comparisons.
Do you know whether a comparison was ever conducted, sir?
Not to my knowledge.
Do I misrecollect, or when you collected that weapon, did you find it, unlike others that were there, to be non-dusty, to use your word?
My initial observation inside that gun safe, there was 2 other firearms in there that had a visible layer of dust that was on them. This rifle didn't seem to be in the same condition. I would reference that as time, as if it had been there as long. And then that rifle was collected.
And do I misrecollect, clarify if I do, wasn't there a box of shells for that long rifle that was missing just one bullet?
There was a box of shells that was missing 1 round of ammunition. There was also 2 magazines, and one of those magazines, which is what would contain the ammunition in order for that firearm to be discharged, one of those magazines contained only 1 round.
In addition to being now concerned with the discovery of the body about weapons, did there also take on a new concern regarding duct tape?
Yes.
Tell the jury why that was.
The reason the investigation took place for follow-up on duct tape, when Sasha's body was recovered, her hands were bound with a duct tape that was significant in design. That design appeared to be like a carbon fiber look. It was multiple shades of gray, and maybe you can even call it blue in color. So at that point in time, our follow-up began in our area to see if that product was sold locally. We were not able to find a store locally where that product was sold.
But you did determine, correct me if I'm wrong, you did determine that that product was sold for some period of time, that graphic design duct tape, at Walmart.
Correct.
Were you ever able to determine any suspect having acquired duct tape in connection with your investigation?
I was not, no.
Was there a cash box located within the church facility that was a part of the investigation?
Yes, initially on the investigation, if you recall the photographs of the church, on the front side of the church where those big trees were that are now in that video were in leaf. The main entrance to the church building is there. It's a set of double doors. When you go inside of the church building, just to the right, there at the time, there was a table there. That table contained a cardboard box that had a small slit in the top of it, as if you could reference this Kleenex box. It was a box and had a slit in the top of it. The purpose for that box is there were calendars that had been produced and were being sold at the church. That box was to collect the funds for those that wish to purchase those calendars.
You received that information from one of the people that you did interview with, is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Morse?
Yes, initially, yes.
Now, did that box become the subject of some investigation, and let me be more specific, was it fingerprint?
I would have to ask Sandra Richardson, our CSI tech. Sandra does our crime scene processing as far as when a piece of evidence is collected, that piece of evidence is entered and logged at the office, and then after that, Sandra Richardson typically does the processing, which there would be swabs or processing for fingerprints and so on.
So, as you said, was a pretty serious investigation. You knew that the box was of interest for the investigation. You don't recall directing that the fingerprint?
What I do recall is that the forensics in the case relative to items that we collected as evidence were inconclusive as far as furthering the investigation.
Appreciate that. But if I can just have a reference for them. Would it be possible to take just a brief break? I can't find my reference to that. It's going to take me a minute. Sure. Not a full-on recess, but I'm going to need a minute or two to track down the reference.
So we're just, counsel, will you approach for a moment? So we're not going to have you go out of the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Just if you want to move around and stretch, this is a good time. It's going to give counsel a few minutes to locate what they need to locate. So because probably we are not going to take our afternoon recess until close to 3 o'clock, unless anyone, including Dahlia or Brooke or anyone, attorneys, parties, need a break earlier than that, then we will. So, okay, Dahlia's saying she's okay right now. So, you're good to go? You, okay? All right. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Griffin.
I had asked you questions about whether you had a chance to review a video of this white car. Do you recall that line of questions, sir?
Yes.
Permission to approach. I'm going to ask to see if you can review Bates 127, 128, counsel.
Permission granted.
Yes, I believe this narrative is from Detective Headley. It speaks about the observation in the surveillance video that I talked about from the storage unit and not seeing headlights prior to a vehicle then coming into view on the camera headed eastbound. His reference is that he thought that possibly that vehicle didn't have his headlights on. After that, it refers to myself and Detective Headley reviewing video surveillance from another location, which would have been Dino Mart, in an attempt to identify that vehicle.
So, white vehicle, if you were trying to reach yourself in the dark of night, the vehicle, turning the headlights off would be one way to do that.
Possibly, yes.
So, bottom line is that video corroborates identifications by other people of the white vehicle in the area at the relevant time. The time on that video was what, sir, for the jury's benefit?
The time noted on this is 1943 hours, which would be 7:43 p.m.
Exactly the time that was being investigated in this appearance.
It was within a relative time frame, yes.
Last question for you, sir, is that it's abundantly clear that Mark Gooch had nothing to do with a white vehicle. Do you agree with that?
The vehicle that I know him to own and possess is not white in color.
Mr. Parker.
Is this one yours as well?
All right, Detective, I'm going to show you what's now been admitted as Exhibit 171. This is the surveillance video we referenced before launch. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to have to plug it in over here, I just realized.
Sorry, again, counsel, which exhibit is this?
This is 171, the surveillance video that was admitted.
Yes, you may.
All right, Detective, you see that?
Yes.
Now, for some reason, I can't see the controls very well, but bear with me. All right, let's start at the very beginning of what's referenced at the top left corner, camera 1, January 18, 2020 at 7 p.m. This is actually military time, is that right?
That's correct.
1900, so that would be 7 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start playing. I'm going to fast forward through it because we're not going to sit here for an hour watching this video, but I'm going to put it at 16 times speed. And just tell me when to stop when you see a car passing by this area.
Stop.
Sorry.
There will be more.
Okay, let me back up. Push the wrong button. There we go. All right. So here's one. This is at 7:05 p.m. Is that right?
It's hard for me to see that screen, but
It is hard, and I wish I could make it a little bigger. I'm not sure how to do that. If you need to judge with permission, could the witness come down just so he could see that screen a little bit better?
yes, the timestamp appears to be 7:05 or 19:05.
Very good. All right, and let me slow it down a little bit. Oops. All right, let me bring that back as the car, it appears the car is entering that area of the community, right? All right, now this is normal speed, and this is not fast forwarded, correct? Okay, and really difficult to tell what kind of car that is that fair? All right, there's a headlight glare in the camera. All right, now let me fast forward some more. Again, same question. A request is just stop me when you see either a car leaving or coming.
Stop.
All right. Again, another car entering, and if we slow it down, this is normal speed again. Can you tell what kind of car that is?
No, just the headlights.
Really difficult to tell, right?
Correct.
All right. And there's no coloration. This is a black and white video, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. All right, let me zoom forward again. All right, let me...
Continue back just a little bit.
So you could see some headlights entering, right?
Correct. So what I wanted to point out is up here in the top right corner, you can see this headlight trail. If this video is backed up even further, initially what you get in that corner when you're observing this surveillance is you'll see the headlights very faint come into view. They'll get brighter as they were there, just like that, and then pretty soon you'll see this vehicle come into the frame. So when we're watching that video, that gives us an initial cue that potentially there's a vehicle that's going to make an eastbound travel.
All right, can you tell what color that car is?
No.
All right, hard to say. All right, that's at 7:09 p.m. Let's keep going forward here. Again, tell me when to stop.
Stop. If you can set that at half speed, if that's okay.
There you go.
Rewind. On this vehicle, you're going to notice that the headlight, earlier I was pointing out that the headlight view was up here in the top right corner. When this vehicle comes into play, you're going to notice that the headlight sweep, if you will, starts in the lower right-hand corner. That headlight sweep is going to come across the gate to the facility, and then it will be more defined in the center of the road, and then you'll see that vehicle come in to the frame of the surveillance video.
And what does that tell you?
What it appears to me is that a vehicle was traveling northbound on County Road 5569. That vehicle then made a right-hand turn, as what it appears, onto County Road 5577 and proceeded eastbound towards County Road 350.
All right. And we're only 7:15 or 16 into the video, but we've already seen 4 cars. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I mean, can you tell what kind of car that is?
No.
You zoom again, forward here. All right, let me do it in real time here. Whoops, too far. All right, another car, is it entering the community now?
Correct. This vehicle will be going westbound towards the entrance to the community.
That's 7:17 p.m., right?
That's correct.
Can you tell what kind of car that is?
No. Color, make, nor model.
Sorry, it's going faster than I think. More cars than I thought. All right. Can you tell what kind of car that is?
No.
And that's at what time again?
That's at 1917, within the same minute as the vehicle we just saw prior.
All right. So that's by my count. But the 5th car we've seen?
I believe so, yes, 5.
All right.
Can you back that vehicle up to when it comes? I believe this may be the headlight that's in question. Continue backing up.
Let me slow it down.
So that vehicle, if this video is played back and played at quarter or half speed, what you may notice is that prior to this vehicle also appears to make a slight sweep to the right of the headlights, if you will. But what you don't see defined is in the prior video, even when the vehicle made that you could see that headlight sweep down here in the bottom, it was very definite. If this video is played in a slower than first-hand time frame, you may notice that you'll see a slight sweep, and then the lights are very definite.
Let me play it for you, Detective. This is
right here. You had nothing, and then you can see that sweep. This may simply be the difference in either vehicle make or model or headlight power, if you will. But again, with the video, you can't tell vehicle make, model, or hardly even or even color.
Right. All right, let me zoom ahead again.
I don't mean to interrupt you again, but can you back that vehicle up until it's just right here in front of the gate?
There you go.
Just play in normal time. What you'll notice is right up here, you'll see these reflectors. Right there, there's a dip in the road. If you watch this vehicle's traveling right through the dip. What you don't observe until after the dip in the road is a brake light, indicating that someone would be attempting to slow down. Keep in mind, approximately maybe 30 yards past that dip is the stop sign to County Road County Road 350.
All right. So let me just make sure I understand. Are you saying that this car was driving without headlights at some point?
Not without headlights. We could see the headlights in there. However, we didn't see the headlights in this video as quickly or as definite as we did in the other times.
And I think I heard you say that it could just be the intensity of the headlights, could be the make and model of the car that's accounting for that variation, right?
Correct. There's multiple variables that may lead into that.
All right, and that was again at 7:17 p.m. Let me fast forward again. Let me back that up. What time are we looking at here?
This is 19:30 or 7:30 p.m.
All right, let me play it in real time going forward, and I'll pause it here. Can you tell what kind of car that is?
No.
All right. That's entering the community at 7:30. Let me fast forward again here.
Stop.
What time are we at?
This is 19:43 or 7:43 p.m.
Can you tell what kind of car that is? Oops, sorry, wrong way.
I can't tell what kind it is. It does appear to be of a lighter color.
All right. I'm playing in real time. You see headlights?
See the brake lights there that appear to come on just before the wash. If you
Let me back it up. Let me fast forward, or let me go forward again.
and then
Can
you
you
see
tell,
them.
detective, if that car had lights on or not?
I can't tell. I can see the headlights leading into the frame, and then I see the vehicle coming into the frame of the surveillance.
Is it possible that this car was turning left onto that road?
Yes.
Is it possible that the deputy that wrote that report was completely wrong and that that vehicle had its lights on the entire time?
Yes.
Let me play it one more time.
If you can go back just a little bit, and then if we can take the speed down to quarter speed.
Yeah.
So in the upper right-hand portion of this frame, approximately right here where my pointer is, keep going back. What the question would be on the left-hand sweep is when we had a vehicle that came in here, what appeared to be northbound on 5569 and make a right-hand turn onto 5577, now headed eastbound. We were able to see that definite sweep as we have a large portion of the surveillance camera that captures that area. On the top left-hand corner of this area right here where my laser pointer is, there's a dirt parking, like a pull-off, if you will, on the side of the road. Pretty significant in size. You could put multiple vehicles there. When this light comes into play, what you may notice when the lights come in, rightfully so, abruptly into the time frame, it does appear as if they are coming from the top side of this picture more towards the center, which may indicate a left-hand turn from a vehicle that possibly would have been heading southbound on County Road 5569 and then making a left-hand turn onto County Road 5577, now orientated in an eastbound direction.
All right, thank you. Let me do it in real time so we can see. And tell me if you can tell if there's a high rate of speed here as it's exiting. This is real time. Appears to be brake lights right there before the dip, right?
That's correct. I don't know that I would indicate a high rate of speed. What I do make the observation of is that other than the other vehicle, outside of the vehicle we addressed initially where we saw the brake lights come on after the wash, this vehicle seems to be very observant in the fact that their brake light, their attempt to slow down is prior to that dip in the road, which you might take into consideration someone in the evening driving with headlights that is taking into consideration the roadway and making that attempt to slow down prior to hitting that.
Thank you. Let me, let's finish out the hour here. This is, again, we're at 7:43. Let me fast forward a bit.
Stop.
Time were we at?
1949 or 7:49 p.m.
Right. Can you tell what kind of car that is?
No.
All right, let me zoom again forward.
Stop.
Can you tell what kind of car that is?
Cannot tell make or model, but it does appear to be lighter in color.
All right, and what time are we at?
This is 1951 or 7:51 p.m.
All right, let me finish out the hour here. Let's zoom ahead. Oops, sorry. How many cars have we seen so far?
I've lost count, to be honest with you, but several.
If I said 6 entering, 4 exiting, does that sound about right?
That sounds appropriate, yes.
So 10 cars in total we've seen within an hour. And that's the end of that segment, is that right?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Detective. You can take a seat again. Not very good.
No. Quality?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. You can't tell really what kind of cars we're looking at, make and model.
Correct.
Very difficult to see colors since it's a black and white.
That's correct.
Right. When you can tell if it's a light color, again, it's hard to tell even what the make and model is, right?
Correct.
You were asked a couple times about relevant time frame. What would have been the relevant time frame for Sasha's disappearance? Do we know?
relevant time frame that I gathered initially was approximately 7:30 to 7:45.
Could it have been earlier?
It's possible, yes.
How did we determine, how did you arrive at that time frame?
So in the initial investigation, the time frame that was reported for Sasha to have went to the church was approximately 7:30 to 7:45. However, I was told that dinner was right around 6 o'clock in the evening. So the last known time frame was 6 o'clock, and then the approximated time frame to go to the church was that 7:30 to 7:45 time frame.
All right. And that's taken into account, people are just giving estimates about time, right?
That's correct.
If Lily testified that she was in the shower around 7 p.m., it's possible Sasha left right after that?
It would be relative, yes.
Okay. So I think we're all talking about the same hour, though. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Do you know about what Sasha's cell phone record says about when her phone started heading west?
I do not remember the exact timestamp from the phone records at which we were able to observe a westbound pattern of travel.
You recall it being before 8 p.m.?
I can't tell you a time. I do not recall the time frame, and I don't want to get a time frame on record without being sure.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You were asked some questions about some weapons or some firearms that you collected or tried to examine. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of the firearms was a .22 Magnum. Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct. It was a rifle.
And that was from Harley Kaufman.
Correct.
Why wouldn't you have tested that firearm? What was it about Harley Kaufman that made it seem unlikely?
There was nothing about Harley Kaufman necessarily that made it seem unlikely. The reason that weapon and that those different brands of ammunition were collected, again, at this point in time now, the investigation is being undergone by Coconino County Sheriff's Office. The reason that I collected that firearm and those different brands of ammunition is, should they be needed in the future for comparison, they would be available relative to the household, one, that Sasha lived in, and two, when I made the observation that it appeared as though one firearm may have been there for a different time frame than the others.
Let me ask you a different question. That was a poor question, but is there anything else about Harley Kaufman that made him a suspect or a lead in the case?
No.
Do you know where he was that night?
Harley Kaufman was not present. I don't remember the exact location, but him and his wife both were gone from the residence that evening.
You recall that he was teaching at a Bible school out of town?
Sustained.
Do you recall where he was?
I recall that it was out of town, not in the vicinity of the community.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about duct tape. It had a pattern to it, right?
Correct.
Which made it somewhat significant because you would try to find something with a similar pattern, right?
That's correct. That pattern appeared to be what you might reference a carbon fiber type pattern that was on that tape.
Do you know all the places that sell that duct tape?
I do not. To be honest with you, that started as an internet search to try to narrow down businesses that may be in our area because I was not sure, kind of what businesses sold that.
Is it possible from your research that someone could have bought it in another state?
Yes.
Could have had it shipped from Amazon, for instance?
Correct.
This isn't a unique duct tape, right?
No.
Mr. Parker, I'm sorry for the interruption. We've been going exactly an hour and a half. I think it's a good time to take a break for the jury and court staff, counsel, parties. All right, so members of the jury, remember the admonition. Please do not talk about the case with anyone. Do not let anyone talk to you about it. Keep an open mind, and please don't form any opinions about the case. We stand in recess 15 minutes. seated. We had a couple questions from the jury. Excuse me, Mr. Barker, let me just address this. And so a couple things I want to let the jury know. One is, when I ask you if you have questions, don't feel rushed. Just raise your hand to indicate you got a question. And I promise you, we'll just wait until we get the question. So, and then we got a question about being able to look at an exhibit again. Will the jury be able to? So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any exhibit admitted during trial, you will get to review during deliberations. If it's been admitted at trial, you're going to get to look at it and view it during deliberations, okay? Thank you, Mr. Barker.
Detective, just a couple more questions. You were asked, obviously, some questions about a white vehicle, but there were more than just that one vehicle that were of interest, right?
That's correct.
How many cars in total did you guys look into?
The attempt was made. As you've seen, there were several vehicles that came in to range on that surveillance footage. So the attempt was made on each vehicle to try to identify it, to try to look into ownership and see if we could follow up from there. And then with the white vehicle, again, being mentioned within the community.
All right, so ballpark figure, how many vehicles did you try to follow up on?
I would say reasonably 10 to 20 different vehicles.
And in reference to the vehicles we just saw, there were, I think we counted 10 vehicles traveling either to or from that community, at least in that 7 o'clock hour, right? You're familiar with the traffic in the area too, I assume?
Correct.
Is that unusual to have that much traffic?
It's not unusual in that area to have a higher volume of vehicle and or pedestrian traffic in that specific area.
That's all I have.
All right, do any of the jurors have a question for this witness before the witness is excused? Okay, looks like we do. Thank you. Counsel, will you join me sidebar? I'm just going to, Detective, I'm just going to read these questions the way they're written out. Detective, what time did you arrive at the scene?
The original call was called in approximately around 3 o'clock in the morning. However, I didn't arrive until later in the afternoon. The exact time I couldn't tell you, but several hours had lapsed before I arrived. The reason being is that when the initial call comes out for dispatch, our patrol deputies, or field officers, if you will, respond to that call initially. Once the initial observations are made by them, if it's determined that they may need assistance of the detective team, they make a phone call. As I stated earlier, at this point in time, I was on call, so I received that phone call. The initial information with an adult female that was said to be missing, it was decided at that time that I didn't go out early in the morning, and it wasn't until later in the afternoon, again, several hours had passed, until I initially responded.
Were there additional cars in the upper church parking lot?
Context when I arrived, or that were described?
I can't answer the question. So, Detective, answer the question if you can, and the jurors will have one last opportunity to ask you questions, plus counsel will be able to do follow-up.
Okay. As described, Sasha's vehicle was said to be seen in that upper parking lot. When I arrived, again, with there being some time that passed, there were several vehicles on the premises.
Where was the last ping of Sasha's cell phone?
The last ping, without having an exact coordinate with me to recall, would have been in the area north of Toyac Casino, which is on Route 491 from Farmington. If you head west towards Shiprock, New Mexico, Route 491 intersects there, and it goes northbound to Cortez. Again, without an exact coordinate, roughly the area would have been north of the Toyac Casino.
Is it typical for 8 to 10 detectives to be on one case?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, when there are multiple tasks that need to be handled, our team collectively comes together, and those tasks get handed out, if you will, to the detectives that are involved. Sometimes it may be 2 or 3, sometimes it may be all of us. It depends on the circumstances.
Was there other vehicles during investigation also followed up on?
There was.
If yes, what type?
Okay. So there were several vehicles that were followed up on. Again, with the video, as you were able to see, it's very difficult to try and determine a make or model, let alone a color on these vehicles. So as the investigation unfolded, when we would come into contact with someone that offered a statement, for example, if a name was brought and we talked to that person, we would make the observations of the vehicles at the time to try to determine if those vehicles were relative or not to the investigation. So there were several vehicles, not in a specific order or manner, that were investigated during the length of this investigation.
Detective, is there other ways to exit the community, to evade the security camera? Hold on. Counsel, will you approach? I can't read this. I can't make out this word. Okay. All right. Let me back up. Detective, is there other ways to exit the community to evade the security camera, all in all?
Yes, there would be. Just south and east of the church building, there is a little dirt road that runs out to the south. You could take that dirt road and come out to the south of the main entrance, and then if you turn to the right, which would be southbound on County Road 5569, then heading in a southbound direction, you could intersect with Highway US 64.
What led you to Harley Kaufman's gun safe, and why did you collect the .22 rifle from him?
The reason I went to the Kaufman residence, during this investigation, several tips, some anonymous, some names attached to them, came in. One of those tips that I received anonymously was that there was a firearm within the Kaufman residence. So on follow-up, I went there and had a conversation with Mr. Kaufman, and I was able on consent to receive that, or I'm sorry, to retrieve that firearm and log it into evidence.
All right. Do the jurors have any other questions for this witness before I turn the witness over to counsel for potential follow-up? Okay, looks like we might have another question. Counsel, will you come up to the bench? We'll see if we can handle it here. We may need to go sidebar. Oops, sorry. Detective, again, I read these questions exactly as they're written. I do not edit them, okay? About how many miles from community was last pinged from her phone?
To be honest with you, without putting it on a map, I wouldn't be able to give you a close approximate. By ground, I would say roughly maybe 100.
Did you observe a huge dent on Sasha's vehicle?
Sasha's vehicle had several blemishes to it. To a specific dent, I don't recall, but I know there were several blemishes to it. For example, to include the mirror was broken. There were some blemishes on the side of it and the paint and so on.
If I understand correctly, you were the lead detective. 1, was the box fingerprinted?
Yes, I was the lead detective on the case, and the box was processed. When I say processed, that means that initially it would have been collected and placed into evidence at the sheriff's office. The follow-up would have been done thereafter by Sandra Richardson, who was our crime scene tech. Part of her processing could include up to fingerprinting, maybe dusting for prints or attempting to take DNA swabs. There's several things that she may do. Again, that's done by her, and that was not done by me.
Were there any fingerprints collected?
That I could not tell you for sure.
What is the logic behind not classifying the white car as non-suspicious? 1, it may have been going faster. 2, the headlights had been off at a time in the video. 3, the car was not known in the area.
Reference the white vehicle. When you look at one's perspective of their surveillance video, again, there's several possibilities as to why the headlights may not have been as prominent in that surveillance video as other vehicles. 2, trying to identify a vehicle specifically based upon that surveillance video, make and model, and an exact color. It's very difficult with the quality of that video to do so. Driving behavior, we watched several vehicles east and or westbound on County Road 5577. Reference one's driving behavior. I think it would be inappropriate to say that there's 2 exactly in the same. When you look at those driving behaviors, taking into consideration eastbound, there's a stop sign at County Road 350 and County Road 5577. Approximately 30 yards to the west of that stop sign, you have that little dip that I talked about that is a sand wash essentially for runoff water that comes across County Road 5577. You take into consider one's driving behavior, age, how much do they know that area, how well do they know that area, how well do they know the vehicle that they're driving, did they have their high beams on, did they have their low beams on, what is their projection in sight. There's a lot of variables that you can take into play as far as trying to establish one driving behavior from the other, that of being suspicious. I don't think there's enough to draw from that surveillance video to be conclusive as to say that any of those vehicles were suspicious.
As lead detective, have you made an arrest in this case? If yes, who and why?
I have not made an arrest in this case, no.
All right, jurors, any other questions for this witness before I turn the witness over to counsel for follow-up? Okay, apparently not. All right, Mr. Barker.
Thank you. Detective, on the point about the white car, I guess we'd have to start with the assumption that there was just one white car, right?
Correct.
Which white car are we talking about? So counsel referenced a white car at 7:43 in the video, and that's what we saw, right?
Correct.
And did you see a brake before it got to the dip?
Yes.
Did not appear to be going excessive speeds, right?
No.
And with regard to the headlight, could you tell if the headlights were on or off?
No.
In fact, when we see the car, the lights are on, correct? The headlights.
That's correct. When it comes into the screen, I can tell that clearly that the headlights are on. Prior to it coming into the screen, as we discussed, it's hard to make a determination as to whether they were off, whether the vehicle was making a turn, and there's several variables that can be brought into consideration when trying to make that decision.
And are we sure it is a white car in the video?
You can distinct in the video that it's a lighter color than several of the other vehicles that come through. However, to make an exact decision on color would be inappropriate based off of the quality of the video.
And let's just bring that video up one more time. I have it here. This is exhibit 171. All right, if we're talking about this car that was at 7:43, again, let's go back to that time frame. All right, let me back it up a little bit. I'm going to put it at normal speed. So, Detective, that says 1943. Do you not understand that to be 7:43 p.m., right?
That's what it appears to be from here, yes.
All right. Now, just push and play here. Can you tell if the lights, the headlights to that car were on or off before they arrived at that intersection?
No.
And what do we see here with the brake lights?
I see here with the brake lights is that it appears the brake lights are on. When looking at this video, reference color, it's commonly known that brake lights are red in color. In this video, based off the quality of the video, those lights themselves appear white. However, we know that brake lights are commonly yellow in color. So when it comes down to reference and color, trying to decipher that on the vehicle, again, it's inappropriate based on the quality of the video.
All right, thank you. You were asked a question about Mr. Kaufman. He voluntarily gave you the gun?
That's correct.
And I think you said this before, this is a Magnum rifle, right?
That's correct.
Is that the make or model? Tell us about what Magnum means.
That would be the caliber of the round, the projectile that can be fired from that weapon.
All right. Are you familiar with class characteristics in rifling?
No, sir.
All right. That would be something for a forensic scientist that does tool marks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then you were asked a question about other ways to exit that area. Let me pull up another exhibit. This would be exhibit 172.
Yes.
So I've zoomed in on 172, but you can see the church in this area, right?
That's correct.
Labeled here, and then you've already mentioned there's 569 that road south, right?
Correct.
And show us with the laser pointer ways you could exit that community without being seen by that surveillance video.
So in this picture, you have the publisher's building and you have the church. You have the church here. So south and just to the east of the church building, there's a dirt driveway, if you will. Okay, that dirt driveway you can take to the south, and then from there you would have to make a left-hand turn. You would have to make a left-hand turn to turn back onto County Road 5569, which runs north and south.
Pointing out again that road 5569 runs north-south. What would be the most direct route to highway or country road 390?
From the community, the most direct route back to County Road 390 would be to take 5569, which turns into 55690. that would be the most direct route. However, there are other points of egress to the south that are not, they're not marked roads. They're like a dirt driveway, if you will. The- Correct. Correct. That's correct. I was just going to say the other route of travel reasonably would be to go directly south, which does connect in with Highway US 64, which is a primary route of travel in San Juan County.
Mr. Griffin?
Just a couple of follow-up. Thank you for your patience. There may be some confusion. I think maybe you've touched on it now, maybe eliminated it. But we see, we've had description that Sasha Krause's vehicle was in the upper lot, parked up there. We have a photograph that shows Sasha Krause's car as an exhibit, sandwiched by two other cars, one being identified as Sam Coon's van. Is that right?
Correct.
And another car. The question to you is Sasha Krause's car, as depicted in that exhibit, in the exact same position it was discovered?
Sasha's vehicle, yes, remained stationary. However, when I arrived and those photographs were taken, again, there were people that had come onto the scene there. So when the initial statements came out and Sasha's vehicle was described to be in the upper parking lot, it was standalone by itself. Those other vehicles were not parked alongside of it. However, the placement of the silver vehicle is what was described in the initial statement. So it does not appear, based off of statements, nor from what you could see at scene, that vehicle had been moved.
Do you use the term suspicion in classifying types of people that you're looking at?
I would use suspicion in classifying a type of activity.
So define suspicious for us.
I'm sorry?
Define suspicious as you would professionally use the term.
As I would use suspicious would be something that on a social norm we would consider outside of the ordinary.
So in the world of investigations and detectives, we've scoured pretty heavily 171 exhibit video showing the cars, right?
Correct.
And you might say that, well, there may be an issue whether the lights were turned on, maybe no indication of sweep or not, maybe brake lights. You're saying in and of itself, that's not suspicious to you. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Right. But that's not the question, is it really? Isn't the question that when you combine that, independent sighting, white vehicles in the relevant area, at the relevant time, that are now corroborated by that video, now even you would say you've got suspicious. Don't you agree?
No. As a matter of fact, to discuss...
I'll let you finish. Go ahead, sorry. I'm sorry, go ahead.
To discuss reasonable suspicion, when you look at, again, I said that I would use suspicion to describe an action. When you look at an action on what we would call totality of the circumstance, what you have to look at, what you have to observe and draw from at the time, neither one of those vehicles that comes into the screen, one is heading westbound, one is heading eastbound. I don't see anything on either of those vehicles in totality, looking at the color, looking at the speed, looking at the approach to the intersection, looking at the time of day, the environment. It was dry outside, it wasn't wet. The headlights were on appropriately. If I saw that vehicle driving down a primary roadway without its headlights on, and I made that observation, absolutely, I'm going to make a contact off of that behavior as suspicious. Again, keeping in mind that when I draw my conclusion as suspicious, that's something that's outside of what we would consider a social norm. If it's in the evening hours and we get in our vehicle, I expect someone to turn their headlights on and drive down the road. So when I don't see that, that's suspicious to me and I make that contact. However, neither of those observations are brought about during the surveillance video on either of the white vehicles. I'm sorry, I'm not even going to say white, the lighter color vehicles that come into the frame. So to draw that there's any suspicious activity at all within that surveillance video would be inappropriate.
What I asked you was, adding to the video are two independent observations by two people on the Mennonite community, between the Mennonite community, the Gingrich home, and the church, that see a white car was concerning to them. We have, in addition to that...
Objection, Ms. Stacy, evidence concerning.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Stacy, evidence.
In addition to that sighting, we have testimony from witnesses who say that it would be of concern to see a strange vehicle in the area at that time. So are you saying that the reason you investigated this was because it wasn't suspicious to you?
Based on the strange vehicle side of that statement, if I was able to determine through that surveillance video which one of those vehicles appears to me to be strange, which I can't, you simply have a statement to go on. When you get a statement, part of that investigation, your job is to try at best that you can to confirm or dispel. At that point in time, when we have the statements of a white vehicle, one in the video, it would be inappropriate and hard to determine, is one of those vehicles actually definitely white as what was given in the statement? Two, when the vehicle in the statement is given, part of that statement that I was given to read earlier describes the hatchback type vehicle. Even in that statement alone, it says that that could have been some sort of a minivan, some sort of an SUV. How to determine without a specific to further your investigation, and then on top of that, no suspicious activity that you can see in the video, it's inconclusive. So at that point in time in the investigation, those efforts towards the white vehicle are exhausted, and you don't gather another piece of evidence to further that investigation. You're welcome.
May this witness be excused.
Judge, can I follow up on that last topic?
I'll allow you some latitude. You may do so.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Detective, you tried to look into every car that you could during that time frame. Is that right?
That's correct.
It wasn't just a white car.
No.
Did anyone say that they were very concerned about a white car?
Initially, the white car was a concern, again, because it was said to have been possibly observed within the community. Keep in mind that those statements were not even direct with the multiple possibilities of a make or model.
And do we know if the time frame is the exact time frame we're seeing in the video?
Not the exact time frame, but relative, possibly.
Are you aware that Esther talked about closer to 8 being the time frame she saw a white vehicle?
Yes, there were some discrepancies in the initial statements as far as time frame.
And in this video at 7:51 p.m., do you see another white car entering that community? Or what appears to be a white car?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, thank you.
All right, you're excused. You may step down. Thank you. All right, folks, it's 4:03, so we've gone a little bit over 4. I apologize for that. We are going to take our evening recess. Remember the admonition. You can probably hear it in your, it's probably deeply ingrained, but my job is to remind you of it. So please remember the admonition. Please do not talk about the case with anyone. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case. Please keep an open mind about the case, and please do not form any opinions about the case. So then when you go to the jury room, please leave your juror notebooks in the jury room. We need you to do that every evening. They actually always have to stay in the jury room except when you're in court with them. And I assure you, the bailiff is locking up those rooms. He's securing those notebooks every day. All right, tomorrow, no, it's Thursday they're gonna come. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a heads up. So the jury clerk wants to meet with you folks this Thursday to talk to you about the forms for the lengthy jury trial fund that I mentioned during jury selection. So just give you a heads up right now, on Thursday, I'm hoping you can come be in the jury room about 8:40 a.m. So it's going to take her about 10 minutes to explain all the forms, answer questions she thinks. So that way we can still get you in on time for further testimony. So tomorrow, as the typical norm of our schedule, if you could be in the jury room at 8:45 a.m. That way, hopefully got enough time to make sure everybody's ready to go and bring you in as close to 9 a.m. as we can. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. We stand in recess. please be seated. I know council needs to get over to another division for another unrelated matter. Anything further today, council? All right, and so then, again, if I could see you folks about 8:45 a.m., just in case something comes up and you want to have time to talk to me about it before we bring the jury in. Have a good evening. We stand in recess. I'll make sure Division, I'm pretty sure Division 6 already knows you're on your way. She knows you're in trouble.
Yeah, I want to see. No problem.